Good morning, everyone. We are live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship round 11. So this is the last round of the very exciting European Women's Chess Championship here in Riga. Today we reached the final phase of the tournament, and before we start to follow the decisive games, we have a very special guest here in the studio. It's Theodoros Tsorbatzoglu, the Secretary General of the European Chess Union. Hi.
Good morning. Good morning.
I understand you have some very good news because you had a European Chess Union meeting which finished yesterday in a very late evening, and there have been many decisions, many agreements made, and maybe you could share with us about some of the most important things.
Yes, but before of this, I have to say that the best news is this championship itself. I mean, that today is concluded with very successfully, and we are very thankful to Latvian Chess Federation and to organizer here for this tournament and the condition they offer to all players. And we have a tournament technically almost perfect. Condition for players perhaps the best the last 15 years, as I heard many players to say by themselves. And also very interesting these last rounds about the champion and the rest positions that will lead to qualifications. So mentioning this, of course, we can speak more and about the European Chess Union, the results of our board that happened yesterday.
Yeah, so maybe what was the most important decisions you made?
This was a regular meeting that we, first of all, we are examining the progress of the last 3 months, our financial matters, our tournaments, how they are going on. We are reporting about this to the board. First thing that I want to mention is that the very good financial situation of the organization. In this board, additionally to our budget, our president, Mr. Ermes announced that he will bring some additional funding through the Georgia Development Fund for Chess Olympiad in Batumi in 2018, and one part of this money will reach ECU in order to support projects and European federations. And this improvement of the condition of our budget, of our annual budget, that was raised around 50% the last 2 years, and it's going to raise more, allow us to make more policies, allow us to help more development projects in Europe, and also to improve the conditions of our championship. This is one matter which has to do with the finances. Another important news from yesterday is that we signed 2 agreements. One that already is announced in the press, and I think also that you have here the president of Fair Play Movement, is that we signed one memorandum of cooperation with the European Fair Play Movement, which is a partner of European Olympic Committee and IOC. What they are doing is that, first of all, that they have contract with the European Olympic Committee, and they manage the annual Fair Play Awards to the best, let's say, sportsman and sportswoman of the year. And also they provide consultancy to International Sports Federation about sports code ethics and fair play regulations. So we work on this agreement. We are in touch with this organization the last 3 months, and today we managed to sign this agreement that will allow us to do some more regulations in this field. As first step is that they will send us a collection of regulations that they are valid in other sports and IOC, like IOC, like UEFA, like European Handball Federations, and regulations has to do with the code of ethics of athletes, arbiters, journalists, officials during the competitions, and not only. We will take all this collection of regulations and we will try to adopt them in our tournament regulations. That till now, I would say that by sure in Europe, but also I think also in FIDE, we don't have such regulations. And speaking about fair play and code of ethics, we are not speaking only about the cases that we are many times we are, let's say, witness in the chess world, like some chess cheating cases, or some other cases who has to do with corruption and other problems that there is inside the chess world or the sports family. We are speaking on some other important issues, as for example is how we are facing the problem of racism, of sexism, of violence, discriminations, and all these parts that the international sports family is very sensitive. IOC is very sensitive. They are, let's say, face the situation. They are strict. They have penalties. And long time now I have witnessed many such incidents inside chess. And unfortunately, till now we are doing nothing for this. So this is time to do something. Because when we're speaking about fair play, it's not only if I will sit in the chessboard and I will play a fair game. It's not only the cheating which is a very important issue. Important is how I behave and what message I give to the kids, to the other players, to all the chess fans that they are watching me.
Yeah, for example, I mean, just recently there was such a big scandal at Gibraltar Masters when Hu Yifan probably deliberately lost her game, and this probably also touches the very aspect of the fair play principles, doesn't it?
Yes, it touches by a different way. I don't know if this is the most important incident, because I know and more others, but of course this is also an incident, and is not only this incident has not only to do that. For example, it was a game that it was, let's say, against chess rules. I mean, and it was. It is also that some declarations like, "I don't like to play with women." You know, such declarations, you know, it could, okay, for a player could have, like Hu Yifan, she means, for example, the strength of the player. But when you are, let's say, famous, you are, let's say, respected, and you make such declarations, you understand, this has another effect. The declaration itself, I don't like to play a woman, what means? It's another message. So, all these messages, and I told you this is not the most characteristic. I mean, I have seen cases, for example, that one playing or going to play and he is writing something, I am not playing with these people who has this religion. I am not playing with this because they are from this country. This country is like this country, I'm laughing with them. You understand? All these are not allowed. I will tell you one incident happens to a Greek athlete going to Olympic Games in London before some years. Because before she entered the plane with the Olympic team to fly to London, she made a tweet, a racistic tweet, something like, my opponent's horses will see my back. And using some other idiom, racistic. Before she reached the plane, they get her down, the Greek Olympic Committee and the International Committee, and they disqualify her. Yeah. You understand? Only because she makes this tweet. Nobody, I mean, you understand? But this is, I mean, what we have to do in the future. In chess, we have worst incidents like this. We have people that attacking people about their nations, about their religions, about their private lives, and they're doing daily. All these people, in my opinion, they have not a place in the playing halls. And this is what's happening in all. So, if we are in one sports competition, if we want to serve chess, first of all, I mean, what we are, let's say, why we are here. We are here, okay, we have professionals, but we have the big majority are amateurs. There are parents that they are bringing their kids to play chess, to follow top grandmasters. So all the people who are working, especially more professionally in this area, and their official arbiter organizers, players, should behave with, let's say, the proper way around. What they are doing, their private life, it doesn't matter. But when this is connected with the sport events, with sport competition, with their, for example, their position inside chess, they must follow some rules. And these rules that they follow in all other sports, not, and we don't have yet in chess.
Okay, but now that European Chess Union has made this cooperation agreement with the fair play movement, I mean, what practically will change? I mean, will there be some immediate changes, or it's just formality?
No, yes, the change will be like this. No, we will. We need some time now. We will take these regulations that are in other sports. We will see them, and we will decide what is better for us. And we will go to the next Congress, and we will vote them. So they will be part of the regulations. So it will be all the other things. He will say what you can do and what you cannot do. So practically what you can say is, if I play, for example, this tournament here, and I'm going the next day and say that my opponent is a religion that I don't like, yes, I can be out of the tournament. Mm-hmm. This is what will happen in other competitions. I mean, they will not be allowed. I mean, being in a sports competition, to mix any barbaric instinct that you have inside you, and to give a wrong message to the fans and all the other family.
Okay, I also understand you are quite a good player, chess player yourself. Maybe you have been following the tournament quite closely. And what is your general feeling about this tournament? Do you have some favorites you have been cheering for in the tournament? And perhaps there were some exciting games you liked most?
Yes, I am a player. Also, I'm a FIDE master. Okay, now I'm not playing. I play only for my club. But when I was young, I play a lot of chess. I play also for the Greek national junior team. I played on one Olympiad with the second Greek team on 1988 in my home city in Thessaloniki. And I follow the games for two reasons. First of all, because this is a European Championship and I want to watch it. Secondly, because I tell you the truth, I'm following the games because I'm watching all the system, how it's working. I mean the lives, this live streaming, and for example, okay, I was daily in contact with Egons, who make a fantastic work here, and the only problem was that in the first three rounds was one problem with the lives. The live streaming always was, I'm impressed, was very good work, working perfectly, and your comments and everything here was very good. So I follow most of the tournament. I think that, as also you said many times, women's chess is interesting because the women players many times are more aggressive. They're more aggressive, and they want to win, and this is giving some interest in their games. I don't have special favorites. Of course, as Greek, I was watching our young star, Stavroula Tsoulakidou, that is champion, under 18 world champion. She's still 17, and she was trying here to do something more. She is, I think, about 50%. She didn't make some fantastic result, but it's very early for her. She has to play. It's her first European Championship, and she has time to improve and to be more experienced in such games. Now, almost all the top European players are playing here. So, I mean, I cannot see one clear favorite. Of course, today, Jack Nietzsche took the lead with half point, and by this meaning now she is the favorite. And Gorgiatsina, that she has very good tournaments, is second. And also she has good chances. May the best win. I cannot say that I have preference to any player.
Okay. I mean, thank you for visiting us here in the studio. With us was Theodoros Zorbadzoglu, Secretary General of the European Chess Union. We'll be very shortly. We'll be back with you live from round 11 because some of the games already started. I see some action going on, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you for watching us. We will be seeing you very, very quickly. And we are back live from Riga following the round 11 of the European Women's Chess Championship. Here with me in the studio is yet again Tom Cantons, one of the main commentators of the championship, who is doing a fantastic job so far. I mean, maybe a couple of words, Tom, from your side. How do you feel about the tournament, that it's finally reaching the final phase?
Well, it's just super exciting. It was shame that due to some reasons I couldn't be here yesterday and the day before, but I was following games closely and just trying to not to miss any action, as there's really a lot of action, and just I'm very excited to see what today is going to bring.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is suddenly going to excite finish, because from what we calculated, the leaders on the first board, we thought that both of them want to play. Because, okay, right now Nana Zegnidze is the sole leader of the tournament. Maybe perhaps we could get a live feed from the first board. She is leading the tournament with 8 points out of 10, but something changed after yesterday's round, because she was quite significantly ahead in the tiebreaks before that. But after the yesterday's round, Alexandra Goryachkina significantly catched up to the tiebreak. So that means if today Nana Zegnidze doesn't win and Alexandra Goryachkina scores a very important win, that might mean that Alexandra Goryachkina still might win this tournament.
Yeah, and that's really interesting and so on, and especially also that, as we were speaking before, there's even a third candidate who could win the tournament in case of this very correct results.
I understand you speak about Katerina Lakhno.
Yes, that's true. So if we had 3 possible winners before the last round, that means that, there is a lot of excitement left.
Of course, I mean, and let's not forget that there's also yet another very special prize. Of course, the first one is the coveted European Women's Chess Championship title. But the other thing is that the first top 14 players qualify for the World Cup. And although the regulations of the tournament, they say that 14 best players qualify, but this is the second European Women's Chess Championship in a row. Some people already qualified from last year. Some people will qualify because of the rating. So potentially it means that perhaps something like, if you finish in the first top 25 or something, you might still qualify for the World Cup.
But is rating more like priority factor for qualification than place in European Championship?
I'm not sure about the rating, but for sure I know that last year the event also counts for the qualification of the World Cup, and some people already finished in the top places. So it's a very, very interesting choice, for example, for Natalia Pogonina, because yesterday in the live studio she pretty much confessed that she's feeling not very well. I mean, she's got some cold. I mean, what do you make of that?
Well, it's of course disturbing you to play, but it's not like the tournament still is in midway or something. It's only one round, so you just wake up, take a hot shower, drink a lot of tea, and you just go out there and put everything you got. And I think for one game it's still possible to put up.
I do remember myself, yeah. I was playing once a tournament at 38 degrees. I played some like 10 or 11 rounds. So, I mean, of course, from Natalia, the situation is not very easy, but she understands that she has to endure this last game. Perhaps she can fight for the top 3. And actually, their previous score, what can you tell about it?
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. That it's, of course, combining all the time controls, but with white collar, Natalia is leading with crushing 3.5 against half. And, well, that says you that she's unpleasant opponent for Nana.
Okay, so that probably means that some more action will be going on here. So perhaps we can finally go and see what's going on at the top board. I see a very familiar opening being played out, the Catalan, the bishop d6. I've been playing this myself several times, and this extremely annoying knight c3. If I'm not mistaken, I was just very recently encountered this move in the German Bundesliga against Hrant Melkomian with black. I did lose the game, although got very nice position with black, and here short castle and bishop g5. I don't recall that was the most dangerous continuation here, because I was under the impression that the most annoying setup here for black is if white plays bishop g2. So here something like c6, short castle, knight b to d7, now the extremely annoying b3. So this is a very, very interesting and very poisonous idea against black. And I had a couple of games before that, and I once tried against, if I'm not mistaken, against Tommy Nubek. I played b6, and now immediate e4, let's say exchange And now you do feel the drawback of the bishop on d6. If it would be standing on e7, then this knight g5 might not be possible. And this position is actually very much in favor, for example, something like bishop b7 and b4. Now making a good use of this bishop on d2, followed by c4, c5. Actually, black is very much struggling. And well, I don't know, perhaps Natalia has found another very interesting continuation, but from my own perspective, I think that bishop g5 is not that dangerous. What do you think? Do you have some experience in this line?
I have only experience I have in this line is watching your games, more or less.
Okay,
So.
perhaps you were not really impressed by them. Okay, because I lost a couple of games in this line. Although I do believe that this is still quite a fine line for black. And yeah, and after castle, bishop g5, if I believe, yeah, c6, bishop g2, and h6 was played. So basically here, white is obliged already take on f6. Takes. And the thing is, e4 immediately probably doesn't give the desired results here for white, because e4, I can just take on e4, exchange. There's very important check. And after knight c3, I could potentially go something like knight d7, short castle, and e5.
And we would have actually almost exactly what we had in game between Goryachkin and Zagnidze in the previous rounds of the tournament, and they agreed for a draw here just a couple of moves later.
I'm not sure if it was the actual position. I think the bishops of the Dutch court bishops were exchanged or something, but the idea is something
bishops
like
are exchanged on d2, but as she played after bishop g5, e4, and there was taking, check, bishop d2 back, and but the idea was just about the same, to exchange central pawns and to reach more or less equal structure.
Yeah, okay, so obviously white decided not to play e4 because that means no winning chances for her. Although Natalia is not feeling well, I mean, she has to probably fight on, and she'll do her best, try to win the game. And here black is at the crossroads probably. I do not recall variations here. Was it possible to take on c4? Probably not.
Yeah, I had the same question.
I do not recall really.
And do we play knight e4 or e4 here?
That is a very, very good question. I think both of them are quite playable. Something like knight e4, queen d8 probably. And queen c2 perhaps. So the big question is, can black actually afford to play b5 or not? I would really need to spend some time trying to remember what was supposed to happen here, because maybe there was the bishop c7 move here. That might be the actual move, because if I'm not mistaken, bishop c7, no, I think I remember, bishop c7, the point is that after e4, now black is actually threatening to take on c4, something like e5, queen e7, I don't remember the remaining moves, something like queen e2 and b5. There was some obvious compensation for white, and this certainly doesn't look like a very drawish line to me.
Yeah, it looks like just a fighting chess. Yeah, it's interesting actually. What is her approach for this game? If she actually is here to put it all out for a fight, or that she just wants to play safe?
Yeah, we'll see what will happen here, because so far there are no Sofia rules in the tournament. Let me remind you, dear viewers, that the Sofia rule is sometimes enforced in official tournaments in order to avoid very quick draws, but in this tournament there is no Sofia rule, so basically you could make a very quick draw just making a couple of moves. Okay, it might violate perhaps some fair play principles, I don't know, but still it is very legal to do it, but the players are willing to play on, and we see Natalia on the screen. She doesn't look very happy, does she?
Okay. Yes, not too much.
Yeah, so hold on, Natalia. Of course, one game for her is left to go, and we hope that she'll finish the game all right, and she's not suffering very much in this last round. I do understand that it's physically not very easy to play when you're feeling under the radar, so we'll see how she'll perform, and perhaps we can very quickly jump to another contender of the championship, Alexandra Goryachkina. Toms, what is your impression about Goryachkina's play in the tournament so far?
She's definitely very confident about her play, but and also it's of course she's showing the highest level of chess, and it's also visible in the fact that she made a GM norm after yesterday's round.
By the way, we failed to mention that she made. I'm not sure which norm is for her, which is the first, second, third norm. I'm not sure.
I read in some comments that it was a second norm, but of course that's not an official information yet. So.
I mean, I find it, although a bit strange. I mean, this is a European Women's Chess Championship, and you complete a men's Grandmaster norm. I mean, that's a bit strange. Okay, but still,
it just shows how the women's chess has escalated in last years, in the recent future, in the recent past. And also, what's interesting that aside from her norm, there were 14 other norms already achieved yesterday.
Can you please tell them who they were?
Well, I can't remember all the 14 names, of course, but...
Okay, we'll try to bring up some names later. I mean, of course, European Championship also at the same time is an excellent opportunity for young and talented players try to compete for the title norms, as here you have 11 rounds, so it means if you don't make the title norm after 9 rounds, you can do it after 10. If you don't make after 10, you can try to do it after 11. So that's the beauty of this
So
tournament.
we can expect that today the number will grow and that there will be some players who achieve it still after today's game.
Yeah, so that might be possible. But speaking about the game, I see Elizabeth Pates has chosen quite aggressive line, d4, e6. I like this move because it questions white. Do you want to play French? So I could basically switch to French. I'm not sure if Alexandra with white plays e4 with white. I have not checked it, but okay, of course she doesn't have to do it after c4. Now Elizabeth chose the modern approach b6, and here white, I think she can just play normal chess, something like knight f3, g3, bishop g2, and transfer to some kind of Queen's Indian structures, but she chose to play the main line.
The principal line?
Very principal line. I'm not familiar with the actual theory here.
There's a very interesting move, f5, but...
I don't think it works, actually.
No,
here.
it doesn't after a very long... Yeah, bishop g2.
And queen h5.
h5, g6, bishop g7. Yeah, takes, bishop g7, you take, yeah, king f8, as I remember, yeah, you're taking on g8, just king g8, and now something like queen g4.
But this positionally wise also looks very dangerous.
Yeah,
for
that's
black.
the thing that, this is easy to miss once you're preparing. If you, for example, spend only 5 seconds running your engine, then it says, oh, it's so nice for black. But actually, you do a couple of moves, any moves, and it just starts showing crushing for white advantage. I remember it because for some time I was playing this setting with black, and I was quite excited about it, also in the time when engines were much weaker and when I didn't have so strong computer, and so I thought it's good, but actually, yeah, it's...
Okay, so probably it's not very much playable. But here the point of bishop b4, that now it depends on white, how white is responding. If white is not playing bishop d2, then black would make f5 to happen, because now after takes and queen h5 check in the future, I have the king f8 square.
Yeah, it's actually, we saw this already played in this setting actually in a couple of games by Marta Michna in this tournament, and she played exactly this check and f5 later on against Muzichuk. And
I seem to remember the opening. I do not recall how it was played out. I think no, it was a different order of moves, if I'm not mistaken, because Maria played d4, d5, and then e4, and Marta Michna, she sacrificed the pawn on f5.
Yeah, but that's what I want. Yeah, it was a little bit different move order. Yeah, you're right. But what I wanted to say is that there was this very thematical idea of f5, ef, and knight f6. Mm-hmm. Just sacrificing a pawn for opening up the light square bishop.
So knight takes on d2, this is a bit curious move. Usually in these positions, people want to take with the queen, leaving the knight square on c3, but possibly queen takes on d2 is directly linked with the threat of f5, so that's why Alexandra decided to take with the knight. And here after d6, I was a bit surprised. When I was talking with the Secretary General Theodoros Tsorbatsoglu in the studio with the European Chess Union, I saw this position, and I thought that here the most logical continuation would be knight e2. but because it looked the most natural to me, because the knight on e2, I thought it's going to c3. It feels that at least one knight would need to be standing on c3, because I mean, this is such a nice square for the knight. I don't know, but okay, but knight f3, perhaps this is some direct.
I think something like that was played in a game between Pia Crumling and Igor Kovalenko in Gibraltar just very recently. The game ended in a draw, and yes, she played indeed with a setting of f3.
Okay, yeah. So, and here after knight e7, short castle e5, I also was wondering, is it possible here to go a little crazy, and can I do something more fun like c5? Is this possible?
Trying to punish black for underdevelopment straight away?
Yes, I'm trying to punish black for this early e6, e5. I thought that something like knight e7 or knight f6 perhaps might be more safe. And now that black is very willing to go for the early fix of the pawn structure, I thought that c5 might be an interesting option.
So I take on d4?
Yeah, okay, let's say you take on d4, I take on d6, and now I do something.
I thought I will play c5, to be honest.
Okay.
If I can afford it, yes.
Well, this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted some fun. Okay, I know e5.
Yeah, so I have to finish development in some way, so I guess knight h6.
Knight h6, and I want to do something nasty here, but I'm not sure how. I mean, the bishop on b7, of course, I could exchange it.
Maybe h4.
h4, possibly. Maybe I can make even rook e1, maybe h4, rook e1, or maybe rook e1, e6. I mean, this is a very lively position. Of course, as black, you don't have to do it immediately. After c takes on d6, I think this is also playable, but then I feel I do get something. I mean,
although black has quite a decent control over those black squares, and it's very hard with a knight on d2 to stop d5 break.
But I thought that with the knight on d2, it would be very logical to push the c5. At least that was my first initial impression when I saw this position. I thought, okay, now play c5, please. I mean, okay. But, well, it did not happen. Of course, after c5, it's also possible to take with the b pawn. Takes, and then I thought that there's perhaps some compensation here. Something like bishop b5 or, I don't know, knight c4 or queen b3, and knight suddenly makes very much sense on d2. Okay, but I mean, it will be a completely different game, and Alexandra probably knows better, and she played d5. This has some resemblance with the king's Indian structures, and usually in these positions, the bishop on b7 feels a bit awkward, so the general understanding is there's some advantage for white.
Yeah, but also what I wanted to note is that it also has some resemblance to the... I don't know the name of the opening, but it was played lately quite a lot of, let's say, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, and d6. Straight away, and later on black is playing with g6, white is closing the center with d4, d5,
yeah.
And there were those ideas even played by Carlsen of knight just going back to g8 in order to exchange bishop on h6, and this is the similar kind of structure, just the black's bishop is already exchanged, so...
Yes, but the bishop is on b7, so potentially there might be some problems with the weakness on c6. It's very difficult to tell. But anyway, I mean, this is the current position. Bishop c2 is extremely logical. And so far there have been a couple of moves played. I think it was castle and b4. I have a feeling that black would have to play at some moment something like c5, something. Because he would risk getting a bit compressed position, and I could easily prepare the break c4, c5 happen with white. I'm not sure. What do you think?
I think you are going to expect the preparation of f5, to be honest.
f5 is, of course, yes, the typical approach, but you would need to prepare that something like h6 in order, after f5, not to give up the very weak spot on e6. So that might be a possibility, maybe perhaps something like h6, and if you want to now to play f5, I need to do probably something fast with white. I don't know, maybe I can meet it with f3. Can I do that? Probably not. I had an idea.
Yes, that would be a very classical approch, but
not in this position probably, because I can exchange both rooks already. Take on f1, a takes on b4, take on a1, and I don't think the black is
And even black can start to play for the weak e4 pawn and some in bad bishop for white.
Yeah, so probably not knight e1. Yeah, maybe this is just a balanced position. Okay, maybe let's see what else is going on. Maria Muzachuk is playing with white against Inna Gapanenko, and from what I understand, before this round, Maria was placed in by the tie breaks on 4th place. She is sharing the 3rd place. Who was on the 3rd place? A better tie break, I do not recall. Was it Katerina Lakhno? Yes. So Katerina Lakhno is ahead of her, and both of the contenders for top 3 place, they're playing with white. So Maria Muzachuk with white definitely wants to win today. She's playing white. This being not an easy tournament for her, unlike her sister. Her sister has been suffering very badly in this tournament. I don't know what's been happening.
Well, no,
to her.
she was actually fighting all the time, and just something was lacking to score those points until yesterday's game where she suffered a very painful defeat for her.
By the way, we might actually, speaking about yesterday's game, Anita Gara versus Anna Muzachuk, we did say how badly perhaps was performing Anna, but we failed to mention that perhaps it was Anita who played a very nice game yesterday. I did check it with the computer, and it did seem that white was pretty much in the control for most of the game, and she made black's life not very easy, and Anna just collapsed. So maybe perhaps it was Anita who played quite a nice game yesterday. So
no, she definitely played a very nice game, and it's like that's the advantage of a tournament having 11 rounds, especially such a strong tournament, as players can let's say to warm up. Those who have a worse start, but actually they can play good. They have a chance to still start rolling, how to say, as well before that, like at the moment Anita has scored 3 wins in a row, so she's a little bit on a roll, and she probably doesn't want to stop also today.
okay, let's see how she going to roll against Katerina Lakhno, because Katerina also understands that if she wins today, she might have some potential chances to become the first 3 times European Women's Chess champion, because she already won the title twice. Katerina recently has not been performing real well, so she wants this tournament very badly to visit on a very positive note, and she definitely wants to win today. But speaking about the current game, Maria Muzachuk versus Inna Gapanenko, I recall this variation because the Marozzi bind against the accelerated dragon structure is quite annoying for black, and here Inna with black decided to go for the very aggressive approach, Queen B6. I'm not familiar with such a move. Is it any dangerous? Do you know something like this?
I have seen it, but I don't feel confident to give any evaluation of it at all. But it's definitely a line.
It certainly is, but black is very much willing to part with the extremely powerful bishop on g7. This is a interesting idea, not to say more. I mean, but strategically wise, I don't like it. What do you think?
I think that it is not a bad approach from the perspective that other than that, she would have to play very standard position, very standard structure, where Maria might benefit from the fact that she's a higher level player, maybe better prepared, and just simply it's more easy for her to play. And with this approach, she might get her out of book, so to say, and to just play a complex game.
Yeah, so of course b takes on c3 makes most sense. I think also knight takes on c3 was possible here, but why to give up the pawn for free anyway, away if you can hold on for some time and still enjoy some benefits of the position. And after queen a5, Maria right now is thinking about what to do here.
Black has very direct threat of a6.
Yeah, of course, the threat of a6 and attacking the pawn on c3. So she probably is trying to understand what she should do with the pawn. Protect it? If protect, how to protect it? If not, how to make the most of the position and try to develop the pieces. I think the most natural response here would be something like queen d2 or queen b3, I'm not sure. Queen b3, I'll try to make this happen. After queen b3, I also do not protect the pawn on c3. I also protect the pawn on c4, because one of the most standard ideas in such structures for black, she wants to play bishop b6 and knight e5 and target this very weak pawn on c4, and possibly also with rook c8, although white would be perhaps at some moment willing to sacrifice the pawn. So that's interesting.
Well, yeah, and white is probably, once black has given up this very powerful bishop from g7, white is looking for creating some counterplay against black's king.
Yeah, so I don't know, and after queen d2...
Well, expect knight f6, I think.
Probably knight f6 makes most sense, f3, and I don't know, should I
don't want to go knight e5 yet.
Okay, because of the knight on b5, yes. On knight e5 you can also meet some c5 ideas potentially.
Yes, I would like first to develop a little more, let's say castle.
And I'll try to make some standard moves, like
and
bishop
let's say
e2.
bishop e6, yes. Followed by rook fc8.
Yes, this is definitely the game you don't want to show to kids. Should be rated under I don't know, under 12 or something. I mean, it's not advisable. Watch with the parents, because you don't give up such a very good bishop on g7 under normal circumstances. But I mean, this is modern chess, and black is willingly giving up a very important bishop just to make some weaknesses, and like you said, to hit white out of the opening. And probably queen b3. I like queen b3 most because it feels somewhat the most flexible continuation here. Probably, if I was white here at this moment, I would try to understand how is this game going to progress. So right now, Maria, I'm quite sure she has already made her mind about the next move, but she's just trying to get this general feeling, where is this going? I mean, queen b3, knight f6, f3, bishop e6, knight e5, so what should I do? Because good players, they really think long term. They don't just don't think, I mean, I play queen b3, then I'll think, what's my next move? So.
Well, yeah, because they had to take into account that, yeah, well, after move like queen b3 or queen d2, you automatically had to take, okay, probably black will play knight f6, so you had to also think if you're going to play bishop d3 or if you're going to play f3, that automatically, if your decision is f3, that's automatically changing a pawn structure. And like, for example, at any moment you're changing a pawn structure, it's like one of those critical moments. And even if it would seem that right now, with your move, you are not changing pawn structure, but you understand that the next move by black will be forced, which will force you to do something. So you have to understand that it is actually the critical moment where you have to take the whole game plan in account.
But intuition-wise, queen b3 feels the most natural to me. So I don't know what Maria is right now choosing. Maybe she's also thinking about some possibilities to sacrifice the pawn. The queen b3, it also not only protects the c4 pawn, but after some potential a6, I do get this threat with the bishop on b6.
She might also consider something like, aha, yes, okay, understood, queen b3 does the same, yeah. So after a6 we have this bishop b6 straight away.
Yeah, so okay, we'll see how the game will unfold. Of course, I'm very glad to see that there's action going on. Very quickly, I'll jump to the first board when we left, because one move has been made. Nana Dzagnidze indeed did play bishop c7, which I do recall, which was the main continuation here. Now white is pretty much obliged to play e4, sacrifice the pawn on c4, and that means there is no quick draw, and that is very good. I mean, we do like that. I mean, we don't want quick draws today.
Yes.
Okay, so very quickly, let's go to the next last official contender, because speaking about the standings, I did not study. Has Maria Muziciuk some theoretical chances to become the champion? Probably not. Yeah, probably not.
Theoretical. Yeah, there are always theoretical chances when the tiebreak is Buchholz, let's say. But in reality, actually, I don't think that either Katrina Lagno, either Maria Muziciuk are thinking about
probably not,
champion title. They are just thinking to finish the tournament with a win and just to get a medal.
Well, we are thinking about some potential champions because we won some drama in the last round. Okay, but the current game, Katerina Lagno with white, I see some Chelyabinsk system has been played out. haven't seen that for some time. I don't know what's the reason. Do you know what's the reason why? There was some time, several years ago, people were playing this all the time, and now at the top level, I see it so rarely.
I would say that the reason is too much theory. As now we are seeing more and more the lines which finish as soon as possible. And here we can have actually theoretical lines still going on at move 25. And well, yeah, people are just starting to prefer way more to play chess than to try to out-prepare their opponents, as there's a chance that your opponent just simply knows how to use a computer, and because of that you can end up in a very dry position already, or even just to be surprised by some preparation. And it's just like more practical, more safe approach, I would say.
That is possible. I see I was a bit wrong. This is not the Chelyabinsk, it's the Kalashnikov system without the knight on f6, but it transformed to the Chelyabinsk, and this is a draw offer already. Do you want a draw? This is a very popular way to make a draw here. c4, I do not recall, to be honest, this continuation, because it's been some time and I've studied this.
Well, c4 is the refusal of draw offer.
Probably. I think there were some other possibilities also here for white weren't there, or c4 is the only move.
Well, right now your e4 pawn is hanging, and so you don't really want to take with a knight on f6
Probably
when
not.
black can recapture queen f6. So c4 is actually the principle.
So what
Answer.
happens now if I take on b4? Can I do that? Probably not. Yes, knight takes on b4, takes. Do you know this line?
Taking on b4, no, I don't know, but I think knight e4 is just good enough. Queen d5, queen b6 is... yeah, queen b6 now.
Oh. And there's this double attack, yes? Attacking the b4 bishop and the f2 pawn.
Yes, and the bonus being that after queen e4, I have queen b4 with a check.
Yeah. Okay, I see. Yes, you have some point. So probably this is not playable. I forgot totally these lines. I mean, knight takes on f6 probably is the main line here to include the exchange of the knights, and then knight c2, queen g6 looks quite standard to me.
And I would like to say that I think that more or less Anita is still in her preparation, and Katerina is, I think she's surprised by this opening choice, and if she was still familiar with the mains lines in Sveshnikov, which she probably wanted to achieve by playing bishop g5, and that again Anita had a weapon in mind with queen a5 and to force to play a little bit different structure.
Of course, Anita did not expect that Katerina with white will accept a draw offer with a threefold repetition, but I really like the way she has played out this opening. I mean, this is very aggressive, very challenging approach. She is willing to sacrifice the pawn on b4 just to get ahead in development, and after knight e3, short castle already has been played. I mean, knight e3, it really takes some understanding and general feeling of the position not to accept the pawn on b4. I mean, you would probably want to take the pawn on b4. No, it's just such a tasty pawn. I mean, why don't you take it? I mean, what's wrong with that? I just want to take it.
It's just like the general concept. I think that in this opening you never touch the pawn on b4.
Is that? I don't know, because in the first day of the championship, I was in Alexei Shirov in the studio, and I asked him the question, what do you like more, taking the material and sacrifice them? And he confessed to me very quietly that he likes actually to take material. So, I don't
Were
know.
you supposed to disclose this information?
He said it very much publicly, I think, so that's no secret anymore, and he likes to eat pawns, so I don't know. Feels like there's some compensation, obviously, for black, but this would be quite an interesting way to continue. Now, obviously, I think black is targeting for something like f5, trying to very quickly open up the position. So, unless I'm missing something here, perhaps there was something better.
I'm still not confident, about if I have to take on b4, but knight d4 you'll answer with the same knight c2, or?
Yeah, I can just go back, I think, or bishop c3 is also possible. The knight could go to d5. I think you have to take.
Yes,
take castle, and let's say I want to finish development. Somehow I have to bring out the bishop.
That's a good question, yes.
Yeah, so something like f3. okay, I don't like to make such a move, but I just want to finish the development somehow.
Yeah, but my rooks are gonna come on C file, on B file, and well, it feels very dangerous. I don't think even need a 5 here.
Okay.
Let's say rook B8 or A5 for starting, actually. Yes, rook FC8.
I want to play B3 anyway.
Yeah, and A4. And, well,
I do feel I'm more or less in control already.
I want to make bishop h4 check work, but
Do you want to sacrifice something, yes?
it doesn't really work. Well,
No,
maybe
queen f2 always.
Yeah, no, bishop d8 back, and well, okay, it's not a dream, but well, it's a very thematical this
Okay, but
compensation.
Obviously there is some compensation, and perhaps sometimes players in such positions, they like make these little bluffs. I'm not sure if this is the moment when you play out the opening very quickly, show the confidence of the variation, you see that your opponent doesn't exactly know this variation. Well, you know, she won't accept a pawn. I mean, it's sometimes a semi-bluff, although I'm not saying that this is the case. Sometimes you can play it out very quickly and your opponent might just believe you. I mean, okay, you probably know this line. Of course, there should be something, so I won't even calculate it.
So, and Katerina actually has already made quite a big decision, and she has taken on g4.
Okay, knight takes on g4. Yes, this is such a tasty bishop on g4. I also would love to take it. So knight takes on g4, queen takes on g4. But the question is, what now? What now? Because how do you make a castle here? Something like, is it possible? Something like g3, bishop g, but that's too slow, isn't it?
It is possible, but I think that black is absolutely out of any danger already, as they will always have this possibility to take control of d4.
I had this idea in my mind also.
Yes, and in case you get to play this idea actually out, then it's almost that black is better, close to.
Yeah, that might be possible.
And that's why I said that she has made a very big decision of taking on g4, as you don't really have a knight to stand on d5 anymore. That's your last knight, and...
Yeah, but okay, I'm not familiar with this particular setup, but I felt that taking on pawn on b4 perhaps might have been a bit more challenging way to continue, because sometimes when you're playing the openings and your opponent is sacrificing the pawn, obviously the first natural response is decline it. I mean, I don't want to play what you're offering to me. I want to dictate the rhythm of the game, but it's very often that accepting sacrifice is the most principle and the best continuation. So I'm not sure if this is the situation, but the current position, I like it actually for black. Like you said, okay, g3 has been played. Can I now go for this aforementioned bishop d8? Is it possible to do that? Can I sacrifice something?
Yes, I think right now it's especially working because queen d6 is met by queen f3. Almost finishing the game on the spot.
How do you calculate so quickly? Because I cannot. Ah, you mean take on e4? Okay, I see.
I can take on e4 straight away.
Oh, that's that's too simple for me. Okay, I did not see that, to be honest.
So
okay.
bishop d8 could be a very strong move right now.
Yeah.
But maybe we're spending already quite a lot of time at this game, and
You're right.
there's going to be still a lot of development, a lot of chances to take a look at it, and we could cover more of the games in the very principal group of 7 points.
So Elina Danielian and Huang Trangchang, both of them are sitting 7 points out of 10, and potentially this is a fight. I'm not sure if one of the players can make it to top 3, but certainly top 5. And we did calculate before the round that probably 7.5 out of 11, it means that you automatically pretty much already qualify for the World Cup.
So actually, that's why I was expecting maybe not so much fighting chess in the boards 5 to 7, where all the players have more or less decent tiebreak, and that they could want, and they don't really have too much chances for a medal, so they could expect to just play it safe, and if there are no chances, then to be absolutely okay with a draw.
Okay, so let's see what was here. If I'm not mistaken, this is already not the first time Huang Trangchang has played a Dutch
No. She has played this almost in every game.
It feels like that because I seem to recall, okay, this is a very familiar opening because I've played it quite a lot myself with black in the last years, and so these ideas are quite familiar to me. Okay, and the Stonewall. The thing about the Stonewall is that it's a very nice surprise weapon to play against white because computers do not understand the Stonewall. They just keep giving this huge advantage for white, but it's not so easy to break
Actually,
through.
to be honest, with the setting with G3, there's even not so big advantage by computer.
Possibly it is not.
That's why it's often that people try to play with a dash, and the moment that opponent tries to answer your dash with G3 setting, you switch to Stonewall, which is actually quite decent opening against, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So knight e4, a3. A3, I understand, of course, the idea is to push b4, b5. I do not like it.
Yes, it just feels like the question, like, if you want to push b4,
Why
then
not play rook b1?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, yeah.
The same idea. I want to put the b5 pawn on the order to make some weaknesses, and after rook b1, queen e7, then maybe you can play a3. I'm not really familiar with this position so well. Another idea is that white wants to exchange. I think it already happened in the game. Bishop f4, exchange the bishops and gain control on the e5 square forever. But yet another typical moment of this particular setup is that white cannot get rid of the knight so easily, because, for example, if at some moment white would be playing something like knight e1 followed by f3, try to force out the knight, she always have to keep an eye for some potential sacrifices on g3. Bishop takes on g3 and queen h4 and some funny checkmating ideas. So, yeah, so that's the problem. Okay, and the current position right now is this one. So bishop f4 looks quite logical. Not sure if you had to exchange all right, but I can understand it. Queen e3 has been played. So,
to be honest, I expect this game to be over very soon.
You think so?
Yes.
Juan Tronchan doesn't give me that impression. You don't play Dutch when you want to make a quick draw, do you?
Well, but the position as it at the moment means that, well, black is not going to play it for a win, are they?
I mean, everything could still happen here. She has to understand where to put the bishop. Two options for black is to do something like b6 and bishop a6. Another, which we already discussed in one of the previous broadcasts together with you. I don't remember what was the game, to put out the bishop in a classical way to h5. Try not to create any weaknesses on the
but
c6.
Yet you always will have this bishop, which is in the same color as your pawns, and the structure is not going to change ever, so I don't think the black can achieve any advantage, even potentially.
But I would totally play this as white. I like this position, because I want to put my knight on e5. Okay, I'll take a different color this time. I'll take yellow. So I want to put my knight on e5, then drag away the knight, potentially. Although I don't understand the queen e3 move. That was a bit strange, because I want someone to put away the queen, put the pawn on e3. So it already feels that this will transform to some kind of an endgame with the bad bishop, and I might play on these light squared pawns, and my bishop might be very active, potentially something on the g line, king h1, rook g1, something like that. I don't know.
Queen e3 might be with the idea to really play knight e5 and to have an option of taking on e4
with a bishop.
Yes,
Okay, I see.
And then the queen can join quickly through g3.
Okay, I see your point. Yes.
Don't know how strong it is, but it could be an idea.
Yes, and after bishop takes on e4, you get this eternal knight on e4. So I like this actually for white very much so. So the question is for black, what she has to do here to be active and not get on the passive side. So we'll see. The next game, Alina Kashlinskaya against Alisa Galyamova.
What is this?
Yeah, that was my first question. Okay, so it's Nemtsovich with a c5.
Okay.
quite standard stuff from what it appears to me.
Huh.
Exactly, yes. Okay, f5 is quite an aggressive approach, but it is logical. I mean, I do want to... I like this really, because from what I've seen so far, all of the boards are quite fighting chess so far. I see no attempts to make quick draw and just to go home. Everybody is here to fight. Everybody is here to fight for something more than quick draw and the safe place in the World Cup. Okay, why?
While we are speaking about all this, we see that there has been draw agreed on board 3 between Maria Muzichuk and Gapanenko Ina.
I don't understand this. Why do you make a draw?
Well, perhaps she got surprised by this idea. She was not familiar.
Oh, come on.
And that she didn't want to risk. She didn't want to...
I'm fairly sure she is already qualified for the World Cup. Since I'm not sure she was the previous World Cup winner.
Well,
still?
yes, and also her rating is so high that she will always qualify
Why
by
do you
rating.
make a draw? I mean, this is such a strange decision. It also reminds me that in the round, which was it? No, it was round 9. She was playing against Anna Zagnidze, and she also opted for a quick draw with white. I mean, just go for repetition.
Well, but we must also remember that a lot of players are professionals, and I am not familiar with precise distribution of prize fund, but it might be that if you are playing as a professional and you have to take into account also how much you can earn from the tournament, and it might be the difference between some 3rd or 4th place and some 5th, 6th place is not so high, and with 7 out of 11, in case you lose, you might be not getting anything.
I don't think it really matters to her so much which place she finishes 4th, 6th, 7th or something like that. I thought that it's more like a principle approach that you want to fight for the place on top 3, and I find it extremely strange. So we'll probably try to catch her at some moment in the free time and ask her what was going on, because it feels that both of the Muzichuk sisters, they pretty much... they're not performing so well in this tournament, and I have this feeling that Maria just wants to finish the tournament quickly as she can. So that's a bit strange to me, but there probably is a reason why she is doing this. Maybe she's also feeling not very well.
We don't know.
We don't know the circumstances. So we can only congratulate both of the players with a decent result in the last round. So this means that both of them probably qualify for the World Cup. Obviously, Maria already did that before, but for Inna Gapanenko, this is a very, very decent result.
Yeah, and especially that she didn't start the tournament so very strong in the last round. She managed to get to the top and still and then the result and draw with black against Maria Muzichuk, and it's just very decent finish for the tournament and definitely worth congratulations.
Yeah, so okay, let's go back to the game. We very quickly left because we just noticed this draw. While we're praising the players for the fighting spirit, we just noticed that there was a 1 quick draw already. So yeah. So we are talking about this move f5. I like this aggressive approach from Alisa Galyamova because it shows that black is willing to play for more than a quick draw here. And white is playing very solid, trying to get the most of the weak spots, play some classical chess, and queen e7 is like taunting the opponent. I mean, come on, go out and have some fight. I mean, just play b4, make some weaknesses, because after b4, bishop d6, this pawn on c4 might potentially, probably not, but potentially in some future might be weak, and this bishop could go potentially to b8, and something is going on here.
I must say I'm really liking black's position here. If white is forced to play actually something like b4, but after queen e7, is it possible to play simple something like bishop b2? Are you threatening to take this pawn?
Not sure. Let's see if I take.
Yes, take.
Probably I'll take. Knight b5 is your point, yes. Queen E7,
Seven.
knight D6, and rook
C7, let's say.
Rook C7. Okay, then I can accept a draw with white. Theoretically, of course, probably I won't, but rook B8, let's say. Can I do this? Can I play this? I don't see anything for white immediately.
No, not immediately, but I have this knight on D6. It's not planning to go anywhere, at
Yes,
least
but
for some time.
the remaining white's pieces, they are not exactly extremely active. So the bishop E2, knight on F3, they are quite static at the moment. And does this one knight on D6, does it justify the sacrifice pawn? I would say no. Not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, it's very hard to make a call, precise, but
But it's possible that Alina might have made a small inaccuracy here by playing b3, because b3 you should already make up your mind what are you going to do after queen e7. Queen e7 cannot be a surprise to you. I mean,
yeah, it's hard to imagine any other move for black side here.
of course, I mean, queen e7 is such a natural move, just continuing the development of the queen, putting away from this pin on the d line and protecting the d6 d6 spot for the bishop to go on b8, because on b8 it will be much more dangerous for white than on e7. So perhaps for white it would have been a more wiser choice to go for b4 immediately. Try to force you to a bit more passive spot on b7. And now I play something like bishop b2. But then again, I mean, it's a5. I mean, not so simple. So something like a5, b5, you do get this square on c5, but you lose the control on some other square, something like knight b8 and knight a4, something like that. So
and it gets very messy, I must say.
very messy, yes. But also it also brings up some questions. How are you going to protect the pawn on b6? Because I have some direct threats with bishop.
Well, probably knight
d4.
e4 I would play.
Yeah, something like that. Knight e4 and something is going on there. So okay, I don't know. So after the a bit cautious move b3, black is asking some very direct questions. What are you going to do?
But maybe I'm okay just playing, let's say, queen a2, getting off the pin, protecting the pawn, and potentially opening up the queen with b4.
Yes, but what is your queen doing on a2? Because if you play on b2, all you're left is to put the one rook on a1.
Yeah, well, but we
rook
know
to
that it's not
b1,
so simple.
and then just bury your queen there.
As I don't like to stay too long with the queen on c2 under the pin of rook from c8.
Okay.
So it's and I don't see any other square for the queen, as I am not getting it to e2 in any future. So where else?
This is why I said I don't like this move b3. It felt wrong. I mean, it felt a bit too slow. So at this moment, I'm not sure what is the engine saying at this moment, but from human point of perspective, I would prefer black here. Not sure. Of course, I mean, the fight is still going on, and this is just the opening phase. But let us not forget, dear viewers, this is the round 11. This has been a very tough tournament. It's 11 games in 12 days. Every single day you are playing a very hard contested game which potentially could last 5 or 6 hours. You have to do the preparation at least several hours every day against single opponent. I mean, this is such a extremely tiresome tournament, so it's perfectly understandable that some of the players might be feeling a bit under the radar and tired.
Because the very big difference to casual open tournament is that every player here, as we can see, is playing very good chess, very high level, and you don't get those so-called free points which you can have in the open tournaments. And they are kind of like a little bit rusting from the preparation perspective and from the stress perspective. But here, yeah, you're just forced to put it all out every day.
Okay, let's see what's happening in the other boards. Marina Nechaeva against Natalia Zhukova are the last remaining players with 7 points out of 10. So potentially the winner of this duel might fight for the spot in top 5. So 8 out of 11 would be a huge result. Of course, for Natalia, it would be an alright result since she is already 2 times European Women's Chess Champion, last time in 2015. But for Marina Nechaeva, in case of victory, this would be a fantastic result. So what is this position? Let's see how it happened. Yet another Nemtsovich. Queen C2 is quite popular nowadays. I don't like this with black. I've seen it before several times. This c5 is would be a nice move. At the point of c5, if you take on c5, I don't want to take on c5. I want to play bishop b7, which is the main point. And after something like bishop d3, I want to play knight a6. And after c takes on b6, I want to play knight c5. So it's quite a fantastic idea. But the problem is, this variation at a good level is having a not very good reputation. I also remember one of the national Latvian national team players, Igor Kovalenko, was playing this with black, and I don't remember which tournament. He just absolutely got crushed with black, and he also said to me that this is not a very good line. I lost it with black myself, and after exactly d5, queen e7, if I'm not mistaken, knight g to e2 was the best move here, but I might be wrong. I mean, I think something like this was the main move here. Knight e2, something like here. Of course, black doesn't have to do this, and queen e4, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm mistaken again. I would have to think for a longer time, try to remember the actual lines here, but maybe it was actually bishop e2. I don't remember.
Well, bishop e2 looks logical. Just developing move.
I seem to remember this idea of queen e4, but I don't remember what was the final verdict of the position. Okay.
That's always a very big problem, that once you have analyzed a lot and then you have forgotten about the line for quite some time, and especially once you get it on the board, you are aware that you analyzed it, but then you think, but did I analyze this as a bad or as a good line?
Yes, that is always the question. So, okay, black finished the development, bishop takes on c3. But this particular position,
Bishop f5 is a nice
This is a nice move, but I question, did white did everything correct? Because this already I more or less like for white. Okay, maybe here, let's look at this position. So white making a short castle, was this all forced? So, I'm sorry, okay,
yeah, it seems to be more or less.
So, knight f3, is it so forced? I'm not so sure. Okay, I mean, knight f3 makes sense. I wanted to include bishop d2 at some moment. So, okay, let's see. Yeah. Short castle. Bishop takes. Okay, not sure what's going on here, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, knight d7, rook e1, here.
And this is the current position
Yeah,
we have
so
on the board.
This is it. What do you think about this position?
Well, it looks dangerous for black, but it doesn't seem to be so dangerous, I must say. It very much depends. I would say, yeah, I think everything depends on the very tactical approaches for the next moves. If black could, let's say, untie somehow with h6, rook e8, then get the queen out of the pin, they would be doing more than just fine for a very weak pawn on c4. But white is asking a very direct question: where are you going to put your queen right now?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Although I am looking at rook fe8 now, and I also don't see an next move for white.
So, for example, here you suggest Is this the actual position?
Yeah,
Let
this
me
is what-
check it. Where is it? Yeah. Okay, so rook f to e8. Can I do something? Knight h4. Can I do that? Probably not. Or can I? I wanted some f4 ideas make happen.
Knight h4, that's very interesting. And knight d3.
But I'll take on f5, won't I?
Ah, you have that. That's
I'll
unpleasant, very.
Take. I'm not sure what's going on here. Take, take. Is it so great?
Maybe it doesn't work out and I'm just lucky.
Yeah, but maybe the knight on b2 is falling. Let's say, I don't know if I have to include this or not.
How would it fall?
A4.
Yeah, but I can...
I don't know. Okay, maybe I have to exchange on f6. Not sure how forced is this. I want to catch it.
Yes, and after rook e8.
Now I'll play king f1, but I'm not sure which piece I'll use to attack the knight.
Yeah,
because
that's the
that is
very
a
big question.
Very, very big question.
And I could maybe even play something like rook e4 now and attack simply on c4.
Yeah, you can, probably. Probably you can. Okay, I mean, it's just an idea. This knight h4. So let's say rook f to e8. So you are threatening to take on e5, making a good use of the spin. So knight h4 makes very much sense to me here. So
Yeah, it really does, and it's asking questions for this bishop,
But this is quite a forced line, isn't? Oh no, it's not. I mean, I could just take Tom's.
Yes, I see that.
But
I have
there's-
bishop d3 at the end.
Bishop d3. I don't calculate. My engine depth is at the moment 3. I don't see more than that. Okay, bishop d3. But is this so clear? Probably it's better for black.
I can still take on c4.
I can knight e4 something.
Yeah, start by that.
Yeah. This is definitely it feels better for black. So that means you cannot take on d3. So there's some fork, but maybe there's some quiet moves here. Probably not. Queen d2, you just take on e1.
And still knight f5 is not working due to queen e2 then. So
Yeah. So knight f5 here. This seems like a playable. Although I don't know about this bishop
probably
f6.
you don't need to do that, and maybe you can have some chances of bishop e3 covering the e file.
But can I play for the two bishop advantage something like bishop f1 and then try to catch the knight? Or at least try to get it out of play.
Yeah, but okay, let's say rook e8 to
I
stay
don't
active.
Like, rook e8. I don't like the future perspectives of this knight on b2.
Well, if it reaches a4, I think it's fine. So the
And
question
what
is if you can make work move a4.
That is a very good question. Okay, let's say I exchange and I keep the control on the e4 square, something like f3. Can I do that?
So yes, I'm playing knight a4 now.
And I'll play bishop d2 and bishop
And b5.
b5. But this is in favor of white, isn't it? I have two bishops.
Probably I don't get to exchange.
But this looks quite interesting, and it's possible that something like this might actually happen in the game. I prefer white. I really prefer white here. So I'm not sure how forced was that. Of course, knight on d3 is not a forced
yeah,
move.
we can
but
play even bishop d7 and still move like knight d3 remains.
Bishop d7, and what will you do against f4?
Knight d3. Ah, no,
but you cannot do that.
that's different.
f4,
story.
perhaps some knight g4.
Knight g6 perhaps even.
Knight g6. Okay, I mean, but this is certainly extremely interesting continuation, and I would consider also with black. But let's see what options are there for black after bishop g5. Maybe this is, of course, some fantasy, but I'm fairly sure that Natalia.
Well, there's
is,
an option to play simply h6, of course.
Yeah, of course, yes. h6. h6 maybe just
But
a
I'm a little
simple
bit
move.
worried by knight e5 here.
Can I just take on g5?
Yeah, but then I get knight c6.
What?
I don't know what is it, but yeah, now somehow to play for the control of e file. So, and also your g5 pawn is going to be hanging in some certain lines. At the moment, yes, queen d2 can be met by knight e4.
Yeah.
But let's say if I start with How could I start?
That's a very, very good question. I mean, okay, you want to threaten the 97 threat.
It's an ugly move, but can I play bishop d1?
It's an ugly move.
Yeah, well, my point is that I want bishop on a4 to restrict your possibilities to...
Can I do this?
97 is nothing, yes?
I don't know. As the well-known theoretician Yevgeny Sveshnikov would say, I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't know. Okay, 97, just king h8.
H8, yes, and...
Bishop a4 is the threat,
and I have no way to make
no,
you an
I mean,
h5.
you can exchange, of course, on d7 and then go back on c6, but it's not enough.
Yeah, well, what I liked about knight on c6 is that it's keeping an eye on a7 pawn forever, and you don't want to play a6 or b6 or
But
a5.
maybe it's vice versa. Your pawn on a7 is keeping the knight on c6 forever. Okay, it's not so simple, of course. What do you think? Maybe we'll watch a
Rookie
few
Head was
games
played,
and we'll
yeah.
make a very, very short break, and then we'll be coming back shortly. Let's see, maybe we can pick a new game which we haven't followed so far. Okay, let's see the last day's hero. Laura Unuk, she was playing some fascinating games so far. Let's see if she's doing some action here against the very experienced Monika Sochko. Monika yesterday played quite a terrible game, didn't she? I mean, that was not her best game, certainly.
Yeah, it was definitely not, and also I would say very unlucky moment to play a bad game in 10th round, and after being in top and like being able to fight for medals and just
Yes, but that's professional chess. I mean, okay, I see some messes going on here. Yeah, of course. I mean, why not go for some funny lines here?
Well, why funny? It's quite a theoretical line.
Yeah, no, but I haven't seen it at a good level for quite some time. I mean, I'm not familiar with the queen f3. I know there's such a move.
Yeah, it's all very standard, I would say. Well, one of the ideas, and it's very normal. And white is just simply trying to be pawn up.
And she is a pawn up. I mean, so black has to justify her decision to play this particular opening, and she has some compensation. E4, I like this. I mean, going aggressive. I mean, takes, and...
Queen e2, yeah.
Why queen e2? Because queen f6 is something, yes?
No, and queen b6, queen f6, both of those are quite strong. So right now, black has to keep asking direct questions, otherwise they are just pawn down and in a horrible structure, as e4 is just weak, so probably something like queen f6 or queen b6 has to be played right now.
But my first impression is black is alright. I don't know, I have this feeling. Because white's pieces are somewhat awkwardly positioned, so I would either go from quick e3 ideas or queen b6 anyway.
Yeah, queen b6 feels very strong, to be honest to me.
Very natural.
As if you try to play something like b3, then I will go for e3. And so you're probably forced to take on e4 and knight e4, let's say, queen b2, yes, or...
Maybe I don't even have to take one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe just rook e8.
Rook e8, some ideas with checkmating ideas on sacrificing f2, f1, something like this.
Although maybe knight d2
I like this. I like this as
holding.
black. I really do. I mean,
but it's already 2 pawns, so you really have to have something.
Yeah, but one pawn is falling on b2.
Yeah, but if you want to take it, then why not to take it straight away?
You might be right. I mean, okay, queen takes on b2 feels like knight d2 is the only move here, and now can I do some damage?
The nice thing is that the queen from b2 is at the moment holding both of the white rooks on awkward squares, as any move is losing a pawn.
Or maybe it's like, yet again, vice versa. Maybe both of the white rooks are holding the black queen. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Jokes aside, but yeah, this looks quite interesting. I don't know what to make of it.
This is one of those positions where white is pawn up and is gonna just be doing some very tough moves to like break and trying to exchange as many pieces, for example, as possible, and to reach some endgame pawn up, more or less.
Yeah, okay, so this is certainly be a game we'll be returning after some time. We'll be seeing how the game will proceed. In the meantime, we'll probably make a short break. and we'll be back with you shortly in several minutes. I hope you're enjoying this last round of European Women's Chess Championship here in Riga.
We most certainly are.
We certainly are, and with you are Tom Kampans and Artur Nekšans in the studio, and we'll be seeing you very, very shortly.
Yes, and if you have some questions you would like us to address after the break, please don't hesitate to write them.
Yeah, probably we'll address to some of the questions we have seen in the chat. That there's some activity going on, so people feel that the European Championship is about to end, so they finally woke up and they are asking what's going on here. So we'll be back with you shortly.
Hi, welcome back to the last round of European Women Individual Chess Championship. We're back, as we are saying. Artur Snekšans, Grandmaster with you, and International Master Toms Kantans. And we have had some couple of questions in chat, which we would like to address before we jump into the games. We can't really comment about the situation why Kostenyuk is not playing in this tournament. We have absolutely no information about this kind of thing. It might be different sort of reasons.
So we don't know.
And we were already discussing quite a lot and saying our opinion about the draw on board 3, but we can quickly again say a couple of things.
Well, certainly we are as surprised as you were that Maria Muzachuk played a quick draw against Inna Gapanenko. Either the both players were quite tired, or maybe they are very good friends. We don't know that. We will have the opportunity. We'll ask one of the players what happened there, because the position we looked at, it did not exactly strike as a drawn position for us. We thought, okay, there's some action going on, and suddenly draw. Well, okay, but we totally respect both of the players, because this has been a very tough tournament for both of them.
Yeah, and it might be some just attempt to finish it on a decent result without any risk. Maybe some general feeling like not having had so good sleep, or also the weather is so tricky that it's very easy to catch a cold, actually. Yeah. So we don't know.
Well, the next question is why there are no photos for round 10. The question is meant that in the official website of the European Women's Chess Championship, they will be there. Suddenly, perhaps there's been some sort of delay, but all of the photos will be posted there. Some of the pictures are already available at Twitter. If you use the hashtag EWCC 2017, so you can find some photos, or just, if I'm not mistaken, you can just hashtag European Chess TV also, which is doing this fine broadcast here. And
there was a question about the possibility of b5 move in a game between Natalia Pagonin and Nana Zagnidze.
So we'll go right to that.
Yes, and we see that board on the move, so we will definitely take a close look at it.
Yeah. Okay, so we will do that. If my mouse would be working, is it not working? Click. Yeah. Okay. So some technical problems with the mouse. So I was already saying at this moment that Bishop C7 felt like the most principled approach to me. E4, D takes on C4. E5, Queen E7, Queen E2, and B5. Of course, I mean it feels that Black has to play b5 here, because otherwise it's very difficult to justify her choice to go for this structure, because Black is sort of lagging behind in development. And b5, it means that Black is willing to hold on to the pawn and possibly give it back at some moment later for something. I mean,
or opening up, let's say, 2 bishops.
Yeah. So A4, B4, I recall this position. Knight E4, A5, and now, if I'm not mistaken, the main continuation here was Knight C5. I had some analysis on this position, but the final verdict was it was about equal, but perhaps,
neutral chances, more or less.
Neutral chances, obviously. Something like Knight C5 here, and now I don't remember, to be honest. When do I remember anything? I always keep repeating this line, I don't remember, but something like Knight D7, I don't remember. I said it again. Okay, so the point is, after Knight D7, Queen takes on C4, now I want to take on C5. You cannot take with the pawn because Bishop A6. So something like this. I do not recall such a position, maybe I already did something wrong for White.
Absolutely fine for Black to me.
Yes, it does, because I'll put my bishop to c4 and d5. So that would be the main idea, but maybe it was not immediately Knight e4.
Yeah, well, maybe something like Rook fc1 for beginning.
It is possible. And the point is, after Bishop a6, now I play Knight c5.
Yeah, so
that is the point.
Don't really want to play Bishop a6 now, as it basically jumps under tempo of Knight c5.
So answering the question, what's going on after b5, we'll stick to our most popular response. In our Grandmaster opinion, this is a very complicated position with rich strategic possibilities for both sides. I mean, okay, seriously, guys, this is very, very complicated battle, and we are very excited to see that both of the players are fighting. They're not making quick draw. Natalia possibly could make a draw here because she's feeling a bit sick, as she confessed yesterday here in the live studio, but she's fighting, and I really like that. I mean, that's a great fighting spirit, and that's what we here would like to see in all of the games.
Yeah, and we are seeing it mostly.
Mostly, yes, mostly. I mean, of course, we cannot judge the players who make quick draws because sometimes also ourselves we make quick draws in our tournament games because there are so many factors you should account. I mean, it's the energy you have, it's the tournament situation. I mean, maybe you just feel sick at the moment. I mean, so if the players decide to make a draw, don't harsh them don't judge them too harshly because they have their reasons, obviously. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to the second board.
There was a lot of maneuvering happening. Yeah, h6 is expected.
Yes, like you suggested. It makes sense. Knight b3, like I said, white opts for the push c4, c5.
And ask the rest questions about a5 square.
Yeah. So take on f5. This makes actually sense to include this move, e takes on f5, otherwise black would just go past f4, following some typical King's Indian attacking ideas with g5, g4, and black is not even having this bad bishop on g7, well, supposedly bad bishop, as in the main King's Indian idea. So that's why white opens up the position to make a good use of this bishop and potentially have some nasty ideas there on h7. So knight f5, and now, okay, this is a bit surprising move to me. B takes on a5. What do you think about that?
I think that was the point after knight b3.
Was it?
Yes.
I thought that knight b3 was the idea to push c5, wasn't it?
Yeah, but obviously it's not the move right now.
Yeah, probably now c4, c5 feels a bit slow, and also you have to take into account that c4, c5 can be met by a4.
Yes, also that simply winning a pawn, actually.
Yeah, unless there's some c5, c6 followed after that, so some messy variations. Okay, anyway, I mean, it was not played in the game, so b takes on a5 and rook b1.
Well, very logical asking a direct question to bishop on b7, which is a little awkwardly placed once the b file has opened. And, well, it doesn't have two perfect squares to go to, so taking a file and asking such questions in the same time.
Well, I have a very direct question to you. What do you happen to do after a4? Probably knight d4.
Knight d4, yes.
That's what I thought, yes.
Or I start with bishop f5 and then knight d4.
Wait.
That actually looks even more poisonous.
Bishop takes. Supposedly you have to take, otherwise some rook e6. Although it's not very clear, is it?
What do you want to do?
No, I mean I wanted to take on b3. It's also.
But you're just pawned on.
But it's a sacrifice.
Well, but okay, bishop e6. Let's look at the sacrifice.
So let's king h8.
And
I want to play knight c5.
Yes, I understand. Okay, let's say queen b3. Queen e3.
No, there should be some compensation. I don't think it's so clear.
Yeah, it's not so clear, but it's a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn, obviously, yes. Okay, but it's also a possibility that after a4, white would potentially go knight d4, which was the other option here.
Yeah.
And now...
Probably knight d4 has to be played.
Let's assume that's correct. I don't know if I have to take this. Knight c5 is also a possibility here. Let's say I take. Do I have to also can include queen d3?
Maybe you can. Maybe there's just
Maybe
knight c5 after queen
because
d3.
knight c5, queen f6 is totally alright for black.
Yeah, but after queen d3, maybe there's knight c5 anyways. Can you mate me there?
There's a draw. I think so. I don't know. Let's see. Check. At least I have a draw here. I think so. I have queen g6, king e7 looks suicide to me.
Yes.
So this, I don't know. Actually, this looks extremely interesting. Why did black decline this a4? Because I mean, this is such a natural looking move. Well, at least I don't see immediately. Okay, let's check again this line. Bishop takes on f5, right?
Feels principal.
Okay, I think I have to take. Do I? Maybe I can even take rook takes on f5. Rook takes on f5.
Well, but then I will get a pawn and take.
Okay, I'll stick my original idea. Maybe bishop.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Maybe just about simply being a pawn up. Okay, you have a bishop, but is it that much?
No, I don't know. It feels like some decent compensation for black because I'll put the other rook on a8. I'll rearrange my pieces. The bishop will go to c8, potentially to d7.
Yeah, but also the knight will potentially go to e4. I will have c5 breaks.
So we are speaking about potential, all of the potential ideas. Okay, anyway, I mean, a4 certainly looked extremely interesting, and Elizabeth Petz decided not to do that. She played bishop c8, and now Alexandra Goryachkina stops all of these ideas altogether, and she played a4. a4, and I think we missed some moves already here. Let me very, very quickly jump back to an actual position. a4, knight h4.
Well, it's very logical to taking one defender away from the king and trying to create some counterplay. I like black's position here.
I also like black's position, but
all the pawns are on light squares, and the only potential idea is mate on h7, which is very easily refuted by knight on f6. Knight from b3 doesn't have too many prospects.
Yeah. So what to do with white here? Probably knight on b3
has to be regrouped.
Regrouped, relock. Oh, maybe I can. Can I do something? No, probably I cannot. I want to do something with f4. I don't know. f4. Assuming you have to take, probably you do. I mean, knight g4, h3. I just defend.
Knight g4 is queen h7. Don't forget.
That's a minor problem. Okay, e takes on f4, and can I now do something? Knight d4.
Yes,
can I do this?
probably.
This makes very much sense to me. I already see it's being declined by Alexandra.
Yeah, but it's a very big risk.
Is it? At least it's some play. I mean, at least I see something here because this. Threat on h7, it's a bit annoying, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Let's say, yeah, I would like to play rook a e8 now, but it's not possible in one move.
So something like bishop d7.
Let's say rook b7 maybe.
Can I perhaps target the pawn on f4 somehow? I mean, maybe I can even play rook b7 somewhere. I have a feeling that this is playable, but
yeah, but rook b7 takes away another piece from potential defense for king. Let's say rook b7, I answer with rook e8.
Are you talking about defense for white? I am not in the mood for defending here with white. I want to attack.
I think you will have to.
Okay, rook b7, what's your idea? Rook e8?
Yes.
I'll take on c7.
Rook e3?
Rook e3, I'll go aggressive. Okay, queen g6.
Oh, you held that move, okay.
Yeah.
I missed this absolutely. And
I want to take on d7 and something conjure on h7.
yeah, I totally missed bishop queen g6 idea, I must say. So then the whole bishop d7 plan is very questionable.
But there's a very good question what to do, because the queen on h4, it feels like it's been shut out a bit. And although, of course, positionally wise, black looks perfectly fine, but the real question is, what do you do next? I mean, for me, suddenly this is... it feels like a bit easier position to play. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Also, let us know, there's another threat, knight c6 and knight e7. It's a bit unpleasant.
It's easy to deal with.
Okay, you play bishop d7, and I play rook b7.
Yes, I don't like bishop d7 in case I can't sacrifice this pawn on c7. So let's say I play just rook e8 straight away.
So rook e8, and now... what are my options? I want to open up the position. I want something c5 make happen. I don't know. Bishop a6.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what I always have in pocket, so to say.
Can I attack the pawn on f4? If I would win the pawn back on f4, because black will have a hard time trying to defend the pawn.
Yeah, but
anyway, okay.
Trying to win it means moving some pieces from the squares, and it means giving some more
but-
free hands for black.
Okay, you might be right that you said that this might feel some risk for black, but at least this feels very energetic to me. I mean, sacrificing this pawn, going for the more aggressive approach, and instead of that, Alexandra here, she played, instead of f4, she played knight e2, and was met by bishop a6. Protecting the b5 square and potentially targeting the c4 pawn.
And simply following with, let's say, rook a e8 and some...
Yeah, but I would like to give some kind of evaluation of the position, but...
Actually, not only rook e8, but rook b8 could be just a potential fight for the b file.
You know what? I like this idea of queen d4. I think that might be one of the ideas for black. Not knight g4, even though also knight g4 is a threat, by the way. Okay, maybe a direct move, knight g4 is a threat, but queen d4, try to force you, let's say I'll make some random move here just to justify my point. So I would want to go for this position. Bishop d3 is impossible because of knight takes on d5. You will have some hard time to protect this pawn, and potentially I want to put my knight on c5 and look at that knight.
Yeah, well, I totally agree, but I don't think you have to rush with this queen d4, to be honest.
Probably not. I mean...
I would like to first take control of b file, and also have some potential, let's say, rook b4 moves.
So the question is, what is white going to do about this? So bishop a6 was played here, and either rook b8 or queen d4. I totally like this position for black. So yet again, I can only question, was this such a great choice for white? I mean, comparing to this position, where's the actual game plan for white? I mean, what do you do here? Maybe something like queen c3, trying to improve your pieces.
f4 was played.
What? Okay.
f4 now. That
f4.
Isn't it already a little desperate?
Okay, maybe that's direct idea with the knight to go on e4.
And to target h7,
Target
yes.
h7, okay.
But
okay.
there are just one queen going to h7, which means there is nothing more usually than just one check.
I'm a bit surprised by this. I thought with the knight on d4 it would be more sense. I mean to play f4.
Perhaps now that the bishop has went to a6, we can answer ef with knight f3, knight d4 with tempos. And it's already targeting e6.
So your idea is here to play knight f3, not knight, because knight e4 actually doesn't strike me as a huge threat, unless I'm mistaken. I'll play knight g4, won't I? Knight g4,
even that,
h3
yeah.
and just knight e5, and
yeah.
you cannot play knight f6, I don't believe it.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
so I'm guessing knight f3 is now trying to use the absence of bishop from c8.
Okay, let's see, I'll play something like queen h5, and now knight d4.
Yes.
Can I take with something on d5? I cannot, probably. Probably I cannot, because there's something on h7.
Yeah. And also f4 pawn is now hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be actually not so simple as we are expecting it to be.
Yes, you might be absolutely right. Okay, of course, Alexandra spends much more time on this position than we do, and we had this initial impression that knight d2 we don't like, but it might be coming together with a direct continuation f4. So, but maybe yet again, maybe then bishop a6 was not so accurate. It's so difficult to tell. Maybe she had to go for queen d4 immediately. Not sure. So the point is, yet again, now I want to go for this aforementioned idea, bishop a6, although I'm missing some tempi. So
knight b3 is...
Knight b3, bishop a6, knight a5. I can always take knight a5.
Yeah,
knight a5, and what's happening here? Some mess, I don't know.
Bishop e4 and...
yeah, here we go, yes.
And we can give our grandmaster evaluation of the position.
It's very complicated position. Okay, but it seems that it's perfectly all right for white because I have this check and white is winning. Okay, just some funny lines here. You can always find them if you're looking hard for them. But okay, bishop a6, it seemed like a normal move to me instead of, instead of f4, knight d2, bishop a6 and f4. So right now, Elizabeth Petz is thinking, and might be possible that she missed this move. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
Although
it's possible.
it's very logical move. I mean,
Well, she was probably expecting it the same as we did, with the knight on still on b3, with the
Yeah.
potential going to d4. And it's easy to miss that actually knight d2 doesn't lose this possibility, as you have this nice tempo of knight f3.
but this is quite awkward, isn't it? I mean, I'm. It's too obvious to go to d4 from b3. No, I'll go around. I'll go to d2, f3, and then I'll go to d4. And the point is, I somehow lured this bishop on h6, and I'll go the other way around. Like, it's quite tricky. Okay, this is chess. This is why we love chess. I mean, it's not easy. Okay, let's go to some other games. Maybe there have been some games which you have not covered. Let's see. Board 8, perhaps Karina Shchepkovska against Olga Giria. We apologize, ladies, for not having a look at your game so far.
As well, we are, after all, focusing on the medal candidates a little more.
Just
but,
very quickly, we'll have a look what is here. Exchange Slav. Oh, it so much reminds me of the nice victory Maria Muzicek scored in the second round against Yolis Betel-Cemre. I totally like that. Knight c6 was not played. She played some like rook c8, a6, b5, and there was such a nice demonstration of the white pieces. Yeah. So knight c6, knight h5. Yeah, I like this. Trying to catch the bishop. What? I forgot to count how many times the knight moved to h5 and f6 back. So we have some Stonewall similar structure. Was all of this necessary? I understand knight h5 totally. So the point of bishop e5 is after knight takes on e5, I won't take with the knight, I'll take with the pawn. I think that is the point here.
Yeah, knight on h5 might stay there for quite some time.
Yeah, so something like g6 not to fall under g4 threat.
And we have a very nice square for knight on d4, yes.
Yeah, something like that. I think that is the point, although I don't think it's so simple here. Okay, I mean, f6 seems like quite a standard idea. Now the pawn on h7 is hanging. Yeah, so knight takes on g3 feels a bit risky, and now the bishop goes back. Okay. Now the bishop goes on h5. This is something. But I like this as white, totally. And wow, this is such a nice positional decision. Show the kids which pieces to exchange. I mean, obviously, okay, you cannot take with the knight, but you give up the bishop to get the control on the e5 square in order to go for some endgame where the knight is better than the bishop.
Yeah, but there is no potential way for knight to reach e5, so it's not so much better.
Yeah, so, okay, this seems to be very complex position. Probably, I would say better for white, but still the fight is still going on. Let's go back to the funny game, Monika Sochko against Laura Unuk.
Some sharp stuff is happening there.
Okay, yeah, we left this position here, e3. Yeah, I felt that something like e3 should be played. I wasn't sure at which moment.
Well, that actually makes more sense not to give up on e4, but to push e3 and then...
Wow, knight f4, look at that.
That is very nicely looking move.
Yeah, but... Okay, queen g4 was played in the game.
Oh, well, so probably we expect queen e3.
No, I don't think so. I think knight c4.
Knight c4.
Knight c4 looks more logical, although there's some knight f5. What is this?
Although knight f5, I can simply take rook f5, I guess.
Is it simply?
No, I have still on c8 hanging rook, so it's very far from simply.
Okay, take.
I thought I have knight e3 now, but queen c8 is quite unpleasant.
Can I make some positional moves here, like rook f8? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be dangerous as after knight e3, g2 pawn is still...
Yeah, these knights give very, very big impression to me. I mean, they are so very dangerously close for the white king, I don't know.
And something like queen e4 probably is more...
Knight takes on a3, then knight a4 is your point. Yes, and can I give you some eternal checkmate with the coach noise checkmate? What is there
I
something
actually
like
was
knight e2?
a little bit worried about all this, and that's why I wanted to play instead of knight a4, simple king h1.
Is there a checkmate? I don't see it. Maybe there's no checkmate.
Yeah, maybe we don't have enough pieces for checkmate.
I would love to see something like this. I mean, something like this. I mean, this would be great. I mean, okay, probably not going to happen. I mean, okay, but certainly extremely exciting game. I mean, knight f4. It's an amazing move. I mean, knight f4, queen g4, and I think knight c4 should be played here.
Yeah, but look, knight f5 is then you have to be okay with this exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, and by the way, yesterday Laura Unuk was with Bela Kotonashvili together in the studio, and we were discussing their game, which was quite a funny way to play chess, and I was really impressed how they calculate, and it was like, I think Bela with white, she was showing some variation, and Laura said, yeah, okay. And they go like 8 moves ahead, and yeah, I saw this in the game. I was like, wow, I mean, this is amazing. They calculated quite all right. So
yeah, I also had this impression by a lot of players once they joined here in the commentary room, and like they're showing me those lines, and I'm like, oi, we didn't see that. It's like, what are we even doing here?
No, I mean, it's completely understandable because they do spend 4 or 5 hours on the game, and we do mention this game just passing by. So it's not very easy. Just look at this position and say, okay, black is winning here. I mean, it's not obvious. Totally not obvious. We just see knight f5. Okay, some complications here, but at least my impression is that after this knight f4, these knights give very strong impression to me. Well, I don't know. It's very complicated. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see what is else
We'll
there.
leave it there.
Yeah. Last year's silver medalist Sabrina Vega Gutierrez. She is being struggling since the beginning of the tournament. She was having half a point out of 2. Then she managed to score some important wins, supposedly come back into play. And if I'm not mistaken, then she lost against Monika Sochko, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so
there was this very. We were actually discussing this game a lot in studio. It was this very nice knight h7, which actually turned out that it doesn't achieve anything, but it was very like nicely looking, let's say.
Yeah, and this position against Pia Kramling looks extremely balanced to me, and I wouldn't be surprised that the game most likely will end in a draw. Let's see what's going on. Bela Kotonashvili against Valentina Golubenko.
White is enjoying 2 bishop advantage, possibilities of passed pawn and
h4, g4, h5 looks extremely logical to me. Try to do something there. So I think Bela is in the driving seat here. So let's see another board, perhaps Daria Pustovoitova, who was something around round 7, one of the leaders of the tournament, and she held comfortably draw with black against Anna Muzichuk, and then she scored a nice win. I forgot already against who, but she was playing quite alright, and now she's dropped back from the leaders, but she's still playing a very good tournament so far. And
I think also, if I'm not mistaken, she's one of the players who has achieved some IM norm.
I wouldn't be really surprised because she's doing really well in this tournament, and the current position feels like some Queen's Indian, doesn't it? No, it's again Nimzovich, yes. Yeah, all quite some standard stuff. There's this eternal question: what is more important, the central pawns, the hanging pawns supposedly, or the pressure on them? Well, we'll never know. So this is the actual position, and I would say that black is very much fine here.
Yeah, I can't spot any problems with the black's position.
Yeah, actually, I would prefer this as black because she's enjoying this pawn center, and the white still has to show where's her game plan. And okay, but let's go back to the top boards because that's where the action is going on. And we left the game Natalia Pogonina against Nana Zagnidze around here: a4, b4, knight e4. Yes, exactly, as we suggested, rook f to c1 here.
Bishop is, and no knight c5. That is interesting.
Yeah, but I do recall this position. I'm fairly sure this was still preparation. It's quite obvious, of course, both of the players are already out of it because it's half an hour left for both of them, but a knight d2. I think that was one of the ideas. The point is lure out the knight on b6 and only then to play knight c5. Very complex battle here.
And we can see both players on camera, and well, we see they are just into the game. Nothing else exists for them at the moment.
Yeah, and I would imagine it's extremely important game to both of them. Nana Dzagnidzhe really wants to take the title because this would be for her a really, really major achievement so far. She's been doing really well in the women's chess and taking the European Women's Chess Championship title. It means really quite a lot. I mean, it's one of the most coveted titles, perhaps apart from the World Championship title. So, yeah, and the battle is still going on. It's very difficult to evaluate the position after knight d2. I seem to recall from the computer analysis, computer was giving some small edge for white in these structures, although black was somehow holding the pawn on c4 most likely will fall, so black should organize some kind of counterplay. So, well, I think it's all open battle. Okay, but here we have some action here. f4 was met by rook a to e8.
So, what is she planning against fe? Is it really de? It's possible, actually, very possible.
d looks totally positionally wrong to me.
Yeah, but
yeah, but there's no other move. Because rook takes on e5 is just knight f3, isn't it?
That's true.
Yes, but
Is it? No, let's take a little back. I have queen c4 there after knight f3.
And what about knight e5?
Queen c5, check.
Oh!
So there is no knight e5, so you have to...
This is a very annoying check. Okay, I see. This is not so easy. Wait, rook e5, knight f3, queen c4. And the threat is queen c5.
So we are probably forced to take on c4. And is there some way we could maintain some material advantage?
I don't think this is a very difficult variation to calculate, because after take I have knight g6.
Yes, but let's say after bishop c4, is it...
This should be favorable for white, certainly. Take on something like bishop b3. The pawn on a5, I think it's falling. I mean, the point is, let's say I don't know, probably doesn't matter. Exchange rook b5.
Yes, I'm like a little bit not in time. If I could manage consolidating pieces before, it would be fine.
It feels that white is pretty much ahead here. So it's not a very difficult line to calculate, because after knight f3, you don't give the exchange for nothing. Queen takes on c4, forced line, knight takes on e5, d takes on e5, it just feels worse. Just rook e1.
Yeah,
it's not very difficult to calculate. I mean, this is quite easy stuff. So knight e5, bishop f1, knight g6. If you go with the rook, I'll take on f1, I'm an x rook. So basically you have to go with the bishop. Where else than c4?
Well, let's say on a6 not to...
What?
Well, if bishop c4 doesn't win a pawn, then perhaps it doesn't have any point. I don't know, yeah, bishop c4, bishop b3, and then I would probably try something like...
You mean instead of queen takes on what?
No, in the final position there.
Yeah, okay. Here, I did not follow your point.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Knight g6 and what? Bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4, yes, takes, and I am probably not exchanging my bishop. But
yes, but then it's just like rook c1 is the next move.
Yeah, but does it achieve anything? Let's say bishop a6. 98.
No, come on, it's just...
Well, I want to bring my king to...
No,
so,
this is bad, this is bad. It's just extra exchange, and pawn on a5 is mostly falling, unless we're missing something here, and I don't think we are.
Yeah, it seems very forced.
Quite forced.
So we are left with de.
Is it bishop c4? No, it's impossible, obviously. So d takes on e5, but it positional looks wrong.
Yeah,
completely.
but how do we untie the queen? And I still want to play the same idea of queen d4.
Okay, I see your point. Sacrifice on f6 probably is impossible, right?
Yeah, rook f6 is just safe.
I always want to sacrifice. But is it impossible? Wait, I'll take here.
Rook f6, yes.
So we'll exclude very quickly queen f6 because we win something, right?
Yes.
Quite easy. Easy stuff. So we'll exclude g takes on f6 because the checkmate.
More
Very
easy stuff.
More easy stuff. So rook f6, I want now to give a check.
King h8, probably. f8, sorry.
King f8, and now knight e4. Can I do that?
You can, of course, but...
There's some attack. Alexandra Goryachkin yet again has discarded all of our nice variations and she played something else.
Very hard time for us guessing her moves.
Yes, but this looks very interesting, but maybe even bishop takes on c4.
I don't think it's enough.
Maybe it's not. But it's not my game. I mean, I can always sacrifice and then try to understand.
Yeah, that's what we are doing here, and that's what we are enjoying to do here.
Yeah, but
a lot.
okay, but d takes on e5, you don't have to sacrifice obviously there. So queen d4, if it's such a big threat, okay, maybe it's not so easy to counter it. Okay, maybe that's why Alexandra here, she has played g3, and now, yes, but now f takes on e5, I can take with rook on e5.
So where do we put queen?
On
h5 or h3?
I think on h3. Because on h3 it could go directly to d7 potentially.
Yeah, but on h5 it's supporting some rook e2 in the future and mating.
Okay. Okay, that's a very good question. Okay, let's see what is white going to do here after queen h3. This is a very, very important game, obviously. So if Nana Zagnidze doesn't win here and Alexandra Goryachkina scores a win here, she might become the champion. So this is a very, very huge stake game. I mean, high stakes.
The highest.
Highest, yes. So g3, queen h3. The question is what to do here with white. Let's say I continue with the same idea. I want to take on e5, rook e5. Can I now please sacrifice on f6?
No, you can, but now it makes
Probably
I think even less point.
Yeah,
Although we have rook b8, but it could backfire with getting mated ourselves somewhere in the first
we
rank.
can try to calculate that. Here we go again. Attempt number 2. Queen h7, king f8,
f7 this time, I
king
think.
f7.
In the worst case scenario, rook b8, I can meet with the bishop c8, I think. So it doesn't feel like there can be anything at all.
You may be right. Can I play? No, I cannot. Rook b8, rook e1. Okay. Yeah, okay. Just ignore it. Okay. G3, queen h3. Okay, queen h3 yet again has been discarded. So what are we talking here? I mean, we cannot guess a single move. I mean, queen h5. Okay, that's extremely logical move, of course.
I think it's in this particular position more logical than on h3, as I don't see any extra advantages for queen being on h3, and on h5 it has these possibilities to join in through e2.
Huh. Yeah. Now the most funny thing here could happen is that both players would agree to draw. I hope it won't happen. I mean, certainly this is a very exciting game so far, very unclear. So the result could very easily switch to both sides.
I don't think we are going to see draw agreement. It's probably Alexandra understands that. Well, she just has to go all in. I mean, what does she lose? I mean, it's such a chance. Like,
well, she could lose a place in top 3, obviously, but for Nana Zagnidze, it's a bit different story because she's leading half a point. And if Nana Zagnidze even loses, she probably will make in top 3. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, the thing. Alexandra, she's very young, and she still has a lot of chances, so to say. So I think that she can afford to go all in and to take the biggest prize, so to say.
Okay. I thought about knight e4 here, but I think it's met by knight g4, isn't it? I think that is the whole point. I want to exchange that knight. I really want to checkmate black on h7, really. I mean,
I think I can even take on f4.
Where? Here?
Yes.
I don't think you can. Can you?
I am very not afraid of your queen h7, as you can
should
see.
Okay, but can I just play rook f4 positional?
Yeah, now knight g4 might be with a different strength.
Now I really want sacrifice.
Okay. More?
Yeah, now the knight should jump somewhere. I don't know where really. I mean, the point is queen h7, rook f1, some attack starts there, but okay, whatever. I mean, I won't analyze because I know that both of the players will discard it immediately. So no matter what our effort is input in this variation, both of the players go for something else. So knight e4. I thought actually after knight e4, knight g4 is.
With the same idea to take on f4.
Yeah,
actually.
So okay, it's probably not so great, but
I still prefer black here. Simply because of the better pawn structure, thanks to bishops.
I don't know. What if I play some quiet move like rook e1? Because also for black it's not very easy. Because
I will take on f4, yes.
I'll take on e8.
I can even... Can I take with the queen, or am I taking with
Probably
the...
should. Because I'll take with the rook on e8.
And I can have this rook e2 finally, maybe.
Okay. I thought we made it clear it is me who is attacking, not you. Okay, I see your point. Yes, rook e2, maybe even queen e2, some ideas. Yeah, it looks all right for black, totally.
And in case the more pieces come off, the worse the white's pawn structure gets. So.
Yeah, that is true. Well, again, yes, might be that. Might be that Goryachkina should have played knight f4 and knight d4. But we hear that there's some action going on in the game. Jolanta Zawadzka against which board is it? It's board something.
It's board 24?
Yes, against Elizaveta Malachova.
We have a suggestion from our fellow commentator, Sergei, who you saw here in the studio quite a lot of times. And that there is it's worth to see it already from move 2. So
move 2, let's see that.
Queen e7.
What is this? What is this? Queen e7.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I think so. But at least black is not losing by force, totally. I mean, queen e7 is probably some attempt to kick out white of the opening preparation. The point is, she wants to build some kind of very... Not sure what she wants to build. I mean, after d4, d6, knight c3, c6, some kind of a fortress there. But...
And simply to avoid some theoretical Spanish lines or Scottish or... Yeah.
I mean, one cannot discuss the taste. I mean, some people play Latvian gambit and then they suffer for the longest time as long as they're happy. I mean, you can play everything. I mean, okay, queen e7, it's a strange move, but... Okay.
Okay. It's very hard to precisely comment the ideas, but now we are more or less getting in some standard structures. And queen c7 back.
I'm fairly sure the computer is screaming right now. What is black doing here?
Hard to imagine that queen e7 is provoking some significant weakness in white's position and thus justifying itself. So
I want to punish black immediately. I want to take on e5, knight h4. Just the point is knight f5, queen f3. I don't believe it.
Yeah, you might be right, but
it's just wrong. I mean, you don't play like that, queen e7. Okay, I would play like that against some weaker player in the open tournament in the first round, perhaps. But then again, my hand wouldn't just raise to make such a move. It reminds me that this variation has some resemblance to some. What was the name of the Philidor structures?
Yeah.
But black is just losing so many tempos here, left and right. Queen e7, h6, queen c7. I mean, I want to
No, it's
punish.
actually just one tempo losing. but
Okay, at least one tempo, but for black, one tempo is already quite a lot. So I would immediately go for the kill here. Something like knight h4 related, I don't know.
Well, it can be.
What? It can be.
Yes, I will not finish this sentence.
It can be fun. Okay. Let's see. What is this?
Why can't I take on e5 and play bishop g5? How do you protect f7 pawn?
Are you serious? I wasn't even considering something like that.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Well,
Is knight f7 such a big threat?
it feels like quite a threat, but maybe it's not so big. Yeah, maybe it's not needed for
Maybe
white.
you can even play bishop e6. I mean, I don't think it's so clear there. I mean, why would you want to? Okay, I understand the idea, but okay, g5. That's why I felt actually here this h3. It's
Well, it's trying to play the standard Philidor approach, but obviously when black played queen e7 in the second move, they didn't have intentions to play a standard game.
okay.
Oh, this is really...
Okay, yes. Reminds me of the Caro-Kann variation where I was once playing a game in an online where white had 6 pawns on the 4 rank, and I think that white is actually trying to do something similar here. Probably not g4, but
Well, a5, yeah, okay, logical all. But it feels like the worst is over for black. There is a game. Crazy game already, so...
yes, of course. I mean, if you play opening like that, you should do some action. I mean, and you know what? Sometimes it's so funny that at such a moment, both players feel obliged. I mean, if you start to play a funny opening and your opponent immediately responds by playing creatively to your invitation, so you feel like obliged to do something more. I mean, you feel like you're obliged to sacrifice, to play for the public, to play for the beauty, because women, they are artists. They're more artists than we men are. We men are more practical. I mean,
More materialistic.
More materialistic. We like to eat our pawns, and we like to grab material, and we like to play solid classical chess. But I mean, that's the difference. I mean, women, they play very creatively, and this opening and bishop d5, this is such a perfect example of women chess. I mean, they like to play like this. Although bishop d5, I really doesn't feel like a good move to me, but because black doesn't even have to take on d5.
Yeah, but I didn't see any actually when I'm thinking, well, bishop d5...
Yeah, I mean, why not? Queen a6. So it's quite artistic. I mean, okay. Here, what was here?
A lot of pieces coming off the board, and now queen h3. Ah, okay, we are threatened mate in one, so we have to do something
Yeah,
about
queen
that.
h3, and
That's what players have at the moment on board. And what's very interesting is that Elizaveta Malachova, she is still having 36 minutes on the clock when it's been 30 moves in such a game, and she has managed to maintain such confidence.
I'm fairly sure that both of them are enjoying their time at the board right now and trying to make something interesting here. This is certainly a very, very exciting game. I mean,
Yeah, but it can be like understandable approach from the black side, as she's facing an opponent who is, I am not certain how many rating points higher, but it's more than 100 points. And this is the last round. And well, perhaps winning, losing, it doesn't change so much. And I can say it also from the conversation with my wife, who is in the same point group and being in the same situation, facing a higher rated player today, and she just said, well, what do I have to lose?
Yeah, that's what we absolutely like. This is really, really great fighting spirit. Perhaps let's go back again to the top boards.
Yes,
the moves are quite slowly being played out. The opening was played out quite quickly, but now the pace has significantly slowed down.
but I must notice about the speed of playing that after bishop c7 on take on c4, and Nana had spent almost the whole hour. She had 35 minutes on the clock, still 5 moves ago, and Natalia had 1 hour. And what we see now is that Nana has significantly sped up her game, and we see that Natalia is the one who is actually not certain anymore.
Okay, but it also makes that's how you really understand what's a true professional, because a true professional, when he is let's say spending so much time and he or she feels that the moves are taking too much time, at some moment you just have to make this manual switch. I mean, okay, now I'm taking too much time, I should just play rapid chess here. I mean, she spent something like 1 hour on known theoretical line, and then she understands that if she will continue to play like that, at move 20 she'll be in a very serious time trouble in very deep complex position. So that's at this moment you just make this manual switch in your brain and just say, okay, now I'll just play rapid.
Yeah, and it actually takes quite some professionalism to be able to do that.
Certainly. I mean, this is what actually makes the difference between experienced players and some youngsters, because youngsters at this moment might just collapse, and experienced players, they just start to play at this moment.
Yeah, because it really would take just one more move with bad time management, and it automatically means big time trouble.
Yeah. So very unclear position so far. At least White is right now having some direct threats. She wants to take on c4, enjoying some positional advantage, I would say, because of this c line and potential weakness on c6. So the big question is, can Black here, and probably she should, play c3. So what is going on here after c3?
Oh well.
I don't think you can take on c3 because I'll take with the knight.
Yes.
So probably you have to...
And can I sacrifice an exchange with queen c6? As I'm not sure what can you do about your bishop later on. Let's say bc, knight c3, queen c6.
Okay, I understand your point. Okay. But this is a very interesting... Maybe I can even sacrifice on c2. Okay, but okay, queen c6, knight e2, king h1.
Yes. And after knight c1, perhaps I can even play knight a6. I don't really have to take on c1 yet.
I can even take on d4, by the way.
That is, I think, more unpleasant, actually.
Knight e4, queen e4. Of course, obviously, we should first calculate the knight c1. But was this so necessary for White? Because suddenly all of the Black's pieces jump very much into action.
Yeah, but the question is, if it's tactically not working, then it's just not working. And she took her time. Maybe she is confident that it is all in control.
Okay, but what if I sacrifice the exchange here? Obviously, b takes on c3 won't be played. Knight takes on c3 looks extremely logical. Can I make a positional sacrifice? But I
don't know what to do with the knight.
On b3, obviously. And now
yes,
bishop c4. I want to put it on b5. Queen c6. Now this is of course in favor for Black.
Yeah,
there's no discussion.
No.
There's no discussion about it. I mean, c3. So what do you do about it?
No,
because
I think queen c6 has to be the point.
Okay, so let's say take knight c3, queen c6. Knight e2, all forced. It seems quite forced. I mean, you have to give the check on e2. How can you not give a check on e2? So king h1. So let's say, for example, what might be Natalia's idea? I'll take on c1.
Yes, and now either rook c1 or knight a6. And that's
knight
the question.
Knight a6. That's a very interesting move. Because two pieces are hanging for Black.
Probably rook ac8.
But then I choose rook c1. I'll just make this pin and see it.
There's another pin, yes.
Yes. So there's this very, very annoying pin.
So can you play knight d3 after? No, knight d3.
I mean here, okay, knight c1, knight a6.
Knight d3 doesn't do anything.
I can sacrifice you, exchange.
Yeah, but
then
your
the rook-
knight is trapped.
That is another problem that needs to be addressed quite quickly. Okay, but
So I think c1 can't be touched.
that might have been Natalia's idea here, but the real question is what's going on after knight d4? Because materially wise, the difference taking the exchange and taking a pawn, it's just half a pawn.
Yeah.
So it's not such a big difference. But the point is after knight d4, it really forces up things because the queen is attacked. So the queen either has to be...
Or
either-
we can take on a8.
No, I don't think so. Queen a8, I don't think so. I mean either queen d7 or queen e4. One of these two moves.
Well, queen a8 is the direct question once again. What do you do about the bishop on a6?
I don't believe it.
Yes, it feels very unlikely. I agree that it's working, but
What is the material situation here? 1, 2, 3.
pawn and a queen for 2 rooks.
Okay, I see.
So bishop e2, is that a move? No, it just feels too simple. But maybe it's good enough.
I want to be artistic. I mean, in artistic mood today. I want to play something B3 related. I don't know. I mean, can I do this? I see no sense in that. But something like that, just to mess up with the position. I mean, it's a very, very complicated position. Yet again, it's extremely difficult to just jump into this position and say, okay, this is so much better for white or black. I bet you would ask any grandmaster in the world, you would even ask the world champion Magnus Carlsen, what is your opinion about this position? He could immediately jump into this position and say that, okay, this is so great.
Yeah,
for
of course, you
either
just have
side.
to calculate 2-3 main candidate moves, at least for a few moves ahead. And well, but it's possible that after bishop e2, actually, black is absolutely fine as e5 pawn is still hanging, and they will enjoy this potentially very strong b4 pawn.
Yeah, but okay, let's go back to the current position. But I'm really asking the question, does Nana here have any choice? Because c3 is so tempting. I mean, it's so tempting.
Is f5 a move, or it's positionally total disaster? f5 with the idea of rook f6 and opening up my bishop and maybe creating some...
On rook f6.
Yes. Using the fact that queen is on e4, so there's no direct knight e4 jumps. It's
But
a
I
very
can-
risky move, of
I
course.
can just take
yeah.
on a6. No, this just feels just worse. Just stable worse. Because I'll just play rook c1, the pawn on e6 is very weak.
And I can't manage to make e5 work, yes?
Yeah, e5, I don't think it will ever work. Some rook c6 idea somewhere.
Well, directly e5, let's say.
Oh, okay, directly, okay. Maybe even rook c6 immediately works, I don't know. Maybe I can play rook e1.
Yes, rook e1, you...
No, this just feels wrong. I mean, black's pieces are completely discoordinated at the moment. One rook is on a6, the other is f6, knight on d5 under attack, some rook c6 ideas.
Yes, of course it is.
Intuition says it's wrong.
We have c3 on the board.
Okay, c3, I mean, it's completely logical. I mean, there's no other choice. I'm a bit surprised that Nana spent here so much time, but, well, you never know. Maybe it was the nerves.
Well,
Because
it's not so much time, 7 minutes. It's just you have to take a little bit of, like, even to blunder check, so to say. And there's a lot of lines to blunder check in this particular position.
Okay, so I think knight takes on c3 will be expected in this position. Although black might want to play it safe, b takes on c3, because yet again, with one eye, she's watching what's going on the Alexandra Goryachkina game, because she's her main rival. So basically, if Goryachkina makes a draw, then maybe it's even takes the title even by losing. Is it possible?
But I don't think it's a good strategy to be actually checking the game. You can be checking if it's finished. And as many times as we have seen Nana on camera, I haven't seen her in different pose than this. She has never left the board. She's just absolutely cut out everything and just focusing.
It's not a great strategy, but everybody likes to do it. I mean, because it is such an important moment. You do want to check the progress of your main rival. Of course, it's not a great idea. You shouldn't be distracted. You should be only thinking about your own and only your own game.
But she's dealing with this by simply...
Yes, you can see, look at that concentration level. I mean, she's not even standing up. Yeah. Okay.
And even to avoid all the distraction, she's like keeping her hands in this pose, like that she sees only the board.
Yeah, certainly. There's been more moves in the second board. We left the game here. G3, Queen H5, and Knight E4, Knight G4, like I suggested. H4.
G6, I don't like that.
G6. But I mean, G6 has some point. I mean, Black is making sure that she won't miss the checkmate on H7 at any moment. In the worst case scenario, what happens? She gives the pawn on G6. In the meantime, the pawns on C4 for White on the queen side might be weak, but yes, G6 looks a bit risky, doesn't it?
And can we try to figure out what's happening after EF here?
You mean
instead of G6?
Instead of G6, what was the problem? Yes?
Yes, because it felt to me like...
Now, finally, my checkmating ideas will happen, I feel.
Yeah, but with what pieces?
Okay, I want to sacrifice.
Is there some Knight D6 maybe?
Yes. No, one moment. One moment. Let me show you the beautiful ideas. So, check.
Yeah, okay. Knight F6. Yes. And okay, king goes to D8. But you can at least take on F8 back. Ah no, I have Rook F7 still. It's not over.
Where's my checkmate? Where's my checkmate? Wait. This is the third attempt. I tried to checkmate Black here.
Perhaps Rook F1 just.
Maybe just a positional. Wow.
And I don't have any way to...
Rook F6, King E7.
Aha, still days, yeah. Bishop G6, that is very strong.
Probably not.
Aha,
Yes,
okay.
the queen is under attack.
So...
I feel a bit rusty today. I mean, I can't calculate anything. Rook F7.
Well, queen has no moves, so... What do we do? Rook E1? King D7, perhaps even. Not to be...
I don't know. I have no idea at all.
Yeah, I like King D7 better. And feels like White is gone.
White is gone. Gone with the win. Yeah. Okay, not very clear, but the question is, what's happened? What's happening then?
Yeah, but it's just like she has played it quite fastly. She didn't. It's like she trusted that Alexander countered it, and
you shouldn't do that. I mean, never trust your opponent. I remember I was once playing in a local tournament here in Latvia against an unnamed international master, and I blundered something. And I just made this poker face that everything is cool and nothing is wrong with my position. And he just looked at me and totally believed me. And we played out the game. I won in great style. And then after the game, I asked, why did you play it? And he said, I thought you calculated it. I mean, you cannot do that. You cannot trust your opponent. Perhaps there was something we do not see. Maybe there's some difference, not Knight D6, but Knight C5, and maybe that...
But hard to imagine it's actually...
It's a very, very direct question, yes. Okay, let's try Knight C5. Fourth attempt. So, Knight C5.
Yes.
Here we go. Here. Does it make any difference? The king is a bit more exposed there, isn't it? Oh, yet again, here we go. Maybe we shouldn't. Can we do that? Is there any difference?
Now I can even go King E5.
What?
Ah no, there's still this Queen G7, I guess. Yeah, so King E7, sorry.
Okay.
So perhaps Queen G7, Rook F7. Rook e1, and again I have king d7. After king d8, it all would be fine with rook e8 and bishop g6, but...
Was it possible actually before? Or yet again you had the same idea?
Same idea.
Same
yes.
idea when I took on d6. It's the same idea, the king goes to d7.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So our calculation depth of 3 says that this is playable for black, and I don't know what's going on at a greater depth. But okay, g6 was played in the game. Apparently black didn't like what's going on there, and rook b to e1 was played here. Maybe g6 was the safe move, because after g6, I mean, this pawn on f4 is still under attack, and you cannot really take on e5 because there's something on f3. I mean, you still have to understand on c4, by the way.
Yeah,
point.
that's true.
So maybe that's the safe choice. Okay, maybe she knew that it is possible to take on f4, some risk is involved, but why would you risk it? Well, okay, she decided to play it safe.
Well, of course, she's a very high-level experienced player, and it's not that possible that she just didn't look at taking on f4 at all.
Yeah, rook e1.
So, let's take.
So finally we are allowed to take on f4. Yes, let's take on f4, and now white has to really do something very, very quickly. Otherwise, she's gone with the wind.
What could it be? I am not even seeing a direction where to look.
That is a very good question.
No, but...
Oh, wait, I have an idea. I'll take with the rook.
Yes, I wanted to say the same, but it doesn't work. I can tell you straight away. Knight f6, and king on f8 is just safe.
That is problematic. Okay, I see your point. So queen h4, and actually black is having his own ideas with queen h2 and
some checkmate.
Some checkmate over there. So yeah, but what to do after e takes on f4? This is a big question. So,
well, taking with a pawn in no way improves white's position, and there is an extra defender for the king.
I mean, there's also knight e5 incoming for black. I mean, what was the idea of rook e1? Okay, I understand the idea to solidify.
Let's look at the EFGF.
EFGF, okay.
And I wanted to suggest knight f6 after queen h4, but we can take with the queen.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
Taking with the knight doesn't work then, but yeah, there's simple.
So where's the idea? I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
It's possible that she's simply missed something.
Well, of course, it's always possible, but at least when you make a move, rook b to e1, you should already understand what are you going to do after e takes on f4. Maybe
she maybe understood, and maybe this was the safest way to fight for saving the game. And she simply didn't see anything better.
I at least understand the idea. If black is going to take on g3, I'll take with the knight, and queen cannot protect the g6 pawn. But the thing is, what are you going to do against the secondary threat, knight e5? And that is the most important thing. Maybe something like
bishop d1?
Bishop d1, actually I thought about it.
But queen f5 should... No, queen f5 is not possible, yes. Because of rook e4.
I think even knight e5 is possible.
Yes, and probably all the tactics works fine for black here.
Totally. I mean, I really like black here. I already felt that something went wrong here for white. This knight b3, knight d2, I don't know what dangers are saying here, but something went wrong. I really would like to go back to this position. It felt that f4, knight d4 was perhaps better. I don't know.
Well,
Thomas disagrees with me, but...
No, I think that this plan obviously didn't work out for white. That is visible, so something went wrong. There's no questions about that. But while Elizabeth is counting all the lines, I maybe we could go for a short break and be back for time travel?
Yeah, certainly we'll do that. And I hope you're watching us. If you have any more questions, please write us to our official YouTube chat. We will try to answer them. And in the meantime, I hope you're enjoying the games. Here with you are International Master Tom Kantan, soon to be Grandmaster. He failed to mention it. And me, Grandmaster Artur Nekšans. We'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes. Please stay tuned and we'll be seeing you very, very shortly.
Yep.
Queen sucks.
Yeah. Hi, welcome back to the last round, 11th round of the European Individual Women's Chess Championship. Games are approaching the most exciting phase, so to say.
Yeah,
exciting for us, not so much
certainly.
for players. Time travel, so where anything can happen, and most of the games are still running, so that's all very exciting. But for now, yeah, we also have a request to take a look at the Antonetta Stefanova game. So we'll start by that, and then we'll jump to the top boards.
Yeah. So in the game, Antonetta Stefanova with white, she's playing against Olga Badelka, and the position by the looks looks about balanced, because black has this isolated pawn on d5, but usually it's not enough with one weakness. Maybe very quickly we'll just try to see what went on this game. Yes.
Well, yeah, just both players developing pieces in some way.
It's about
and,
equal,
yeah.
I would say. Okay, this weakness on d5, but black has an excellent play with his pieces. Bishop e5. Okay, this feels already some slight edge for white.
For white, really?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, because I have a bishop, you have a weak pawn on d5. Have this
Yeah, but you
weakness
don't
on
have a
d4.
pair of bishops anymore. So, and with the isolated pawn, there is this one of those chess wisdoms that knights are better.
Okay, but there was some knight c4 development here. Maybe it was missed by Antonetta here, because knight c4 is a very cute trick.
With the fork on d2 in case
Yeah.
you take on c4.
So something went wrong here for white, because this position, I had a feeling, okay, Tom disagrees with me, but I had a feeling that this is somehow better for white. I have a bishop, I have a isolated pawn on d5, I have very good spot for the knight. Okay, objectively speaking, probably it's equal, but I would prefer it. And here suddenly, a couple of moves later,
Knights showed what I was saying, that with isolated pawn they are very strong pieces, as they can jump around those squares.
yeah, and it seems that only black has been improving the position here, not white. So white is just standing here and waiting for something to happen. Knight d4, f3, knight d4, f3. Not very
Convincing.
not very convincing suddenly. f3, queen e5.
And queen c2.
Look at the time. I mean, Antonetta is so much down on the clock. She has 1.5 minutes. So I think at this moment she probably just wants to survive. Queen c2 has been played here, attacking the pawn on a4.
Feels very dangerous after something like rook e8 now. I don't think you can touch such pawn on 4.
Yeah, rook e8 looks extremely logical. I attack the weakness on e3, some checkmating ideas, rook g2, queen h2. So queen a4, you can even make a fork on b2, by the way. Just
Yes,
too
even
simple.
that. So in fact, actually, a4 pawn is not attacked.
Yeah, so rook e8, it's completely a logical move. And if I was here in a black's spot, what I would want to do, I would want to make these series of moves. Let's say I play rook e2, I expect from you to make some kind of a most logical response, something like queen c3, and I automatically respond with a new move for you, so that you don't get to think on my time. So it's a very, very good strategy, and I think that actually at this moment, Olga Badelka is in the driving seat.
It would be very, of course, nice and impressive finish for such a young player.
And
like
very
Badelka
disappointing
only.
finish for Antonetta, who is being struggling so difficult in this tournament. It's been quite not the best tournament for her, but of course she still remains a very great player. I mean, even the greatest players can suffer some setbacks and not so great tournaments. That doesn't mean that they are not great players.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
So we are going to the first boards. As well, things are happening there, so let's see.
Finally, I see that we do calculate something right. I mean,
I don't know if you calculate, but let me guess something right.
so after knight c3, queen c6,
Actually,
No, we did not.
it actually doesn't make sense to give knight e2 check if it's not good to take on c1.
Probably, yeah. And knight takes on a6, so this is the current position. Very messy. So the current situation here is that white is right now with extra material. What is going on here?
Isn't it just a blunder? As I always have a safety net with queen takes on a8.
I don't know.
Knight e2 was played,
So knight e2 has been played so far.
and now even we are not even forced to play king h1.
I don't think it's actually such a huge difference, king h1, king f1. But okay, let's say I'll play king f1. What do you do?
Taking on d4 is simply piece down.
Taking on d4, yes.
Even queen b7, and hard to imagine any way to untie any of the pieces. So you have to take on c1. There's no other move right now. But
Yes, but the point is, what do you do about the spin? Because not only I want to take on c7, I want to take queen c8. I want to sacrifice the queen.
and also I have two different ways how to do it, both on a8, both on c8. So it's
This looks bad for Nana here. I don't know. Are we missing something here? Because it's not extremely difficult to calculate. I mean, I want to take on check on c8. So if you gave the check on e1, on e2, I'm sorry, you have to take on c1, rook c1, and now I just want to grab on c7. Maybe not even immediately. I mean, the bishop on c7, it's not so important. I mean,
so let's say something like rook a7 could be to try to hold it all, but
just knight b3. Look at that
yes,
position. I mean, two pieces for the rook. It's just crushing position for white.
and not only that, but there's just absolute dominance on the open file and all the weak squares.
Wow, does it mean that actually Nana is in a big danger to lose her title here, because she would basically need to make a draw, and it would be quite a safe bet she would become the European champion, because right now Alexandra Goryachkina doesn't look like she is winning. I don't know, we'll get to that game. Maybe there's more action unfolding. By the way, let's not forget about this scenario. If Nana Zagnidze loses today, if Alexandra Goryachkina doesn't win...
No, if she loses, I think.
Who loses?
If Alexandra also loses, I think.
She also has to lose.
Well,
because
then it's very unclear because she was also on the top, and those tie breaks can change.
But my point was, we wanted to mention there was yet another potential contender who is Katerina Lakhno, who theoretically could still participate in the struggle for the championship, and she's not.
Okay, yes, she is not.
Okay, we already see from
like,
the position.
Anita Gara has played yet another very nice game in this, using just these black squares. Very classical approach in Sveshnikov.
So we can totally forget about Katerina Lakhno here. I don't think she can win this position. Of course, anything could happen, but this is such a dominant position. Very quickly, we left the game here.
Aha. This is very nice play by black.
Why?
Very nice by black.
This is why I said to you earlier in the broadcast, you should basically accept on b4. I think you should.
Yeah.
If you don't, I mean, this is such a...
Well, this is exactly why I said I don't like the idea to take on g4, that it's so committal to...
Wow, very impressive game so far by Anita Gara. She's probably feels motivated after her yesterday's excellent performance and beating the main tournament, pre-tournament favorite Anna Muzachuk with white, and now she's about to do the same with Katerina Lakhno. Okay, of course she's still not winning, but this position is just...
one of those positions where you are just...
where you're playing for win with black and with zero risk. I mean, here maybe it was a more practical choice for white to sacrifice the exchange on d4, but...
it probably leads to hopeless position because there's still this dominance on black squares even after all the sacrifices.
Okay, but maybe we bury her too quickly because white can still organize some counterplay with bishop g4, rook h2, rook h1, and put the bishop on d1 to defend everything. Maybe this holds, but
I don't believe it's possible to do it in time.
I don't know, but there's no way that white is playing for the win here. and probably Katerina understands it. I bet she doesn't even think about the championship title. Maybe she has thought, okay, maybe there's some theoretical chances here, but wow. So right now it looks like Natalia Pogonina here is. It looks like she's winning. I mean,
Yeah.
King f1, unless some knight d4, unless we are missing some direct continuation.
Which feels very unlikely in such position, of course.
But wait, what about the knight on a6? Isn't it falling? Knight takes on
Queen
d4.
b7.
What?
Queen b7, simply.
Queen b7.
And piece up, and you are tied in every single way possible, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know what Natalia here is calculating. We'll get to this game back very shortly. In the meantime, there's been some action going on. Here, bishop c8. Why don't you take on f4? What was wrong?
What are we missing all the time? There's
I
something very simple problematic with this EF.
I don't know. What was wrong with this move? I don't see it. Probably there is something, but at least we don't see it directly. Do you see anything?
No, not at all.
Some.
And it feels so logical to leave the bishop on a6, always wanting to take on c4, always having those ideas. So
Okay, bishop c8 was played by whatever was the reason. F takes on e5. But still it feels...
well, now it's very concrete, I would say. There are f3 and f6 tactics.
I think the worst is behind for for white. I'm sorry. Yeah. But can I give you a fork on f3? Or there's a counter fork on f6? coming?
Yes, something
So
like
let's see very quickly. Knight f3, rook f3. I'll take with the queen.
I
You
think
take with the queen. I think so. You have to. I think. Check.
yeah, this is...
Check. Of course, there is only black who is risking to lose this game. Yeah. Okay. So this fork doesn't work for black. So what can I do? Knight f6 is also a fork.
Bishop f5, perhaps?
Bishop f5.
Once you have brought your bishop to this side, then...
Can I checkmate your queen?
That's a little bit unpleasant.
Okay, something like bishop g4.
Yeah, but once again, knight f6 is...
Can you play
in
knight
there.
f6? I'll just take rook f6.
Yes, and...
And I'll just take on d1.
Well, once again, we can discard all of this as king g7 was played.
Yes, yes.
So
yes.
that's-
This is the game where I cannot predict anything. I mean, okay,
And
king
what
g7 is the same, of course, totally fine move.
Is it? And after bishop d1, we have bishop g4. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's...
This looks very, very safe move, but yet again, I really question this bishop c8. Maybe Elizabeth is trying to play safe, and the move has been played here.
I would guess
have it.
c5.
C5?
Feels... Or then knight f3 is not possible.
C5
Yeah,
and
it's on the board, yes.
And this is the decisive moment, really. There's some action going on. Very quickly, we'll jump back to the first board. First board, it's Natalia Pogonina. We missed something, apparently.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. We missed something.
No, we didn't miss anything. Bishop d8 was simply played.
So here, queen d7. We probably forgot to calculate pieces, right?
How many? It's rook and two pieces
Okay,
for
it's rook
queen.
and two pieces, and the pawn on a4 is hanging, the pawn on d4 is hanging. So this is the moment when the European Championship title is being decided. And what to make of this position? We were so sure that it is so much in favor for white that we just failed to calculate a couple of simple variations, but we left the position here, bishop d8, we did not even consider. Yes, we did
Felt
not.
very unnatural, but yeah, maybe it's...
Okay, and queen d7, it's very, very concrete move. And let's say now I play something like... So what do I play?
yes, that's... Let's say rook a8.
Rook a8, I want to take on d4. If I don't take on d4, I can resign.
Yeah, that's true. And now... Now we have to do something about the knight on d2.
Yes, let's not forget there are some checkmating ideas on d1. This is not so clear, is it? I mean, okay, yet again we managed to bury something very quickly. And while we talk about it, there is even more action going on.
Wow.
Wow. There was rook takes on d8. Wow, look at that. I mean, queen d7, rook d8, queen d8, and knight b3. We have a queen for the 3 light pieces. but it is white who is clearly in the driving seat here, because this knight will jump back to
There's
c5.
not a single square where queen could.
Look at this poor queen. I mean, she should be activated extremely quickly, because once white puts the knight on c5, bishop on e4,
King to c4, let's say.
I don't know how far the arrow goes. I mean, something like that. I mean,
Yeah, king will just go to pick up on a5, and that's it.
yeah. So I think that black needs to activate the queen as quickly as she can. This was such a nice sacrifice. I mean, rook takes on d8. I totally love it. I mean, perhaps by computer it's not the best solution.
Yeah, but
humanly this is so nice.
And especially time trouble now being
so
just there. And
I want to activate Queen G5. Can I do that? But I'm not threatening anything.
yeah, that's the problem a little bit.
So I'll just play something like Knight C5, and I won't allow you to do anything. Bishop E4. Maybe even that was not required, because look at this harmony of the pieces. Both knights are protecting each other. The knight is protecting the A4. The knight on B3 is protecting the D4.
Yeah, well, but probably I don't want to allow you to play Queen C2.
Yeah,
then
probably.
I will have a hard time bringing my king.
Look at that bishop. I'll be protected on e4. I mean, this is such a lovely position. So Natalia Pogonina right now is clearly a huge favorite to win this game. Black has a queen for 3 pawns, but for 3 pieces. But I mean, this is such a nice position for white. Yes, f6 was played here after knight b3, f6.
It's logical. She has to try something.
She has to try something, and extremely quickly. But here, can I somehow... Yes, there's the problem. I cannot put the knight on c5 because, unfortunately, I cannot grab.
Yeah, but maybe I can take on e6 on the way.
Yes, and then I get to sing the Queen's song, We Are the Champions. I mean, Queen d1, that would be something. Okay.
Sorry, knight c5, fe, and knight e6.
And
what is this?
What is this? Exactly. What is this? But why do you need it? Can I do something very... this just feels wrong.
No, just to win another pawn.
I'll play something like this.
Yes, and bishop d5.
Or d5 maybe.
Or d5 is now.
It's not very obvious. I mean, but the standard response here for white would be just to play it safe and play forward, wouldn't it? It feels
I don't know. It opens the king too much.
Yes, it opens.
I feel like...
Yes, it opens, but I want to play knight c5. I just need
now
one more move.
Queen g5.
Queen g5, but is it so dangerous? I'll play knight c5.
Queen e3.
Queen e3, of course, you have to do something there.
But there will always be some...
And bishop, not. Probably not bishop. I want to attack the pawn on e6. Some bishop e4. Black would be very happy to make perpetual here, but...
Yeah, but let's say king f7 now, and it will be with so open king. It will be so hard.
While we are analyzing, there's more action already going on. E takes on f6 has already been played, and Natalia Pogonina, by the looks, is extremely concentrated. She is calculating this position. She knows she is much better here. She knows that the game is going in her favor. In the meantime, on the second board, also some action is going on. So it's totally not clear who will be.
Rook f3, wow.
Yeah, so totally not clear who is going to be the European Women's Chess Champion of 2017. Rook f3 has been played, but
I'm very not confident about how Elizabeth has been playing out this game. She had so many interesting approaches, and she's just trying to play it super safe.
Super safe, exactly.
And it usually can backfire to...
Sometimes it does. So what about I just take on f3? You cannot give me a 4.
Exactly.
Queen takes on f3, rook e3.
Probably queen f8 is the only move now.
Queen f8.
But you're already defending.
That is something I don't... King g2, and yet again it's white who is in the driving seat.
Or perhaps I can even grab on a5 straight away.
Maybe, but it's not going anywhere. I just want to play it safe. I mean, playing in time trouble, you always... That's what it's all about. You want to play it safe. You don't want to miss anything.
I think well, she had very nice position, but then 2 moves like this, bishop c8 backwards, allowing all the possibilities of c5, and then yet another move, king g7, like neutralizing your strongest piece, knight on e5. There are no more tricks, no more jumps, and yes, you avoided knight f6 tactics, but you absolutely cut off any possibility for game.
In the meantime, very quickly, let's jump to the other boards where we get to the deciding moments of this round, and not only this round, the whole championship. The game Elina Danielian against Hong Trang Chang has ended in a draw.
As expected by me.
Okay, I thought that white was somehow better. Alina Kashlinskaya is still playing against Alisa Galyamova. The position, very quick evaluation is that
Black is exchange up.
Black is just winning.
Yeah.
Like I said, I did not like her choice, this a bit slow move, b3, b4. If we'll get some time, we'll try to get to that. Right now there's some decisive action going on at the top boards. E takes on f6, g takes on f6 was played by Nana here. So she wants to open up the position.
So knight c5 has
Knight
to be
c5, quite automatic, I think.
Knight c5, e5, d5, I think it's coming just automatically.
Yes,
and although now to play e5 to allow such a pawn on d5 feels like it's gonna queen supported
this
by three
feels
pieces.
lost. It feels just lost. I mean, there is no way Black is going to survive this by making a perpetual. There is no perpetual.
Yeah, knights are so super good at cutting off checks from queens.
So the only real question is if White will win this game. I mean, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else. I don't think that White can manage to blunder anything here, because after knight a to c5, everything is protected. Even though Natalia right now is thinking something, I don't know what to think here, just play knight a to c5.
Yeah, this is like one of those moves which you just have to do.
And unless she is missing this d5, but it's no, something else has been played. I don't know what it is. The king is e1, king e1. Why do you need king e1? Although it's probably a playable move. It's a bit strange decision to me, but
does she want to take on e5? That would be very, very
but now
not understandable
that
for
would
me.
be strange. But now the question is, can I play something like e4? So bishop e4 would be my idea to have some, I don't know what, queen e7, queen e8, f3, f5.
Yes.
So that would be my point. Why to put the king on e1? That's a bit strange decision. Just play automatic knight a to c5, solidify your position. In the meantime, let's jump back to the board too. After rook f3, queen b2. What is going on here? I do not understand. Real. Maybe it's the nerves right now. I mean, they understand this is decisive moment of the championship. And what was wrong taking on f3?
Or what was wrong with queen a5, at least instead of queen b2?
Okay, queen a5, it does feel a bit dangerous, doesn't it? Putting the queen so far away, but it comes with the direct threat, queen c7.
That's the point, and also grab the pawn. So unless there's something concrete for black, which...
But, I mean, humanly speaking, you can perfectly understand. I mean, can you so easily calculate that this is so good for you? I mean... Okay,
intuitively, I think I can assume that, yes.
Probably, yeah.
As queen c7 is like a deadly threat coming.
Yeah, but look at the clock. I mean, both players about down on 2 minutes each. So moves are blitzed out. Queen b2 was played for White, and now Elisa Vapetska has played something. I do not have the official move right now. I don't know what was played.
I would guess bishop f5. Now it looks already with a different strength.
Bishop f5. I do not get. Can you please Elizabeth move a bit? Okay, the bishop is still standing there on c8.
Yeah,
so
that is c.
That wasn't played.
Now
rook e to f8 was played here. So certainly it is black who is in the driving seat.
We just saw rook f3 was played in camera.
Rook what? Okay, in the meantime we have a confirmation that Monika Sochko has finished her game. We'll get to that shortly. In the meantime, we have some action going on here. So Natalia Pogonin decided to take on e5. Why do you want to take on e5? But it is probably a normal move, but I thought you just create a passed pawn immediately. Why do you want to exchange it?
Yeah, it just felt like... yeah, it would be just... Well, maybe now after king e1 it was already not possible not to take, exactly because of your mentioned e4 idea.
But it's still a very nice position, because knight will go to c5, bishop will go to e4, f3. The real question is it enough to win? Is it enough to win? So, what position was that? We get a confirmation that White was winning. That was Monika Sochko, right? Yeah, Monika Sochko won her game against Laura Onok. We'll try to get to that game after the time trouble will be ended. In the meantime, Nana Zegniza is...
board 2?
Yeah, let's switch to board 2. Rook f3, queen x on f3 was played, and clearly black is attacking here, and White's king is exposed, and Alexandra Goryachkina is down on 1 minute.
Yeah, I think this is very much the battle of nerves. It feels like the character of the game, not only, like, I don't know about evolution, but like character is changing with every move. And it's again black who is in a superior position.
Elizabeth Petz is totally in the driving seat here, and she is going for the kill. And it doesn't strike me that Alexandra Goryachkina, by the position, by the body language, that she is controlling the game here. She's totally not. She's completely misplayed the position. She was given the chance here. Let's go a couple of moves back.
Maybe let's focus on the bulls.
Yeah, okay. But a couple of moves back, she could have exchanged queens, get a very, not the queens, but pair of rooks, and get a very comfortable position. Bishop d1 has been...
No, CD.
Okay, c takes on d6, c takes on d6, and bishop d1. This feels like a collapse at some moment. I don't know.
Queen d3?
Queen something. Queen d3.
Yes,
And
it's played.
Queen d3 has been played. It's so extremely easy to play this with white, so extremely unpleasant to play with black, I apologize. Bishop c2 has been played.
And we also see that from Elizabeth's way of playing, that the moment she was given a chance to play this Rook of 8, and this she's just blitzing out all her moves. So she's just sure that it's good.
Yeah, so queen takes on d5 probably is Goryachkina's idea to play rook d1.
Or knight d6 on this straight away.
Or knight d6. Wait, knight d6. Look at this.
As no more there's g3 pawn hanging, so...
Okay, this is very, very interesting.
Can I... No, I know I don't need it, but can I go queen d4 check now?
You cannot, because you don't have this fork on f3. You can
Yes,
always give the queen for free. I'll gladly accept it, but there's nothing.
I thought I'm in clever way exchanging queens.
There's
but
a repetition of the moves. Queen f3, bishop d1 probably will be played by Alexandra Goryachkina, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it feels like there's nothing better. Black can't give up on d6. As the
Okay.
spin will turn out to be...
Okay, so the question is, what was going on before that? Because it felt that black was attacking. Maybe computer-wise it was a fine position for white, but this direct threat to take on d6, maybe it ensures enough compensation for white. It felt extremely dangerous position. So right now, this feels that this might be actually a draw.
Yeah, unless we are mixing something, but it's hard to imagine what could it be, because... Yeah, well, it feels like black has to keep an eye on g3 pawn, otherwise white is really performing.
I'm quite curious, does Alexandra know what's going on in Zagni's game?
I don't think she does, and I think that she just simply can't afford to care at this moment. She just has to focus on objective evaluation of her game. And
after queen d3, bishop c2 has been yet again played, so right now Elizabeth Petz is thinking about her option. She probably understands that there is nothing better than repetition. Maybe we are missing something here. Maybe she's thinking about queen d5. Can I continue to play this out? I really want to play more. I draw. Okay, I probably will qualify for the World Cup, but I want to play more.
But feels like there is just no way. Well, let's see. Queen d5, knight d6, queen c5 check. That could be the only critical line.
Let's quickly look at the first board where the tournament leader, Nana Zagnidzhe, the sole leader of the tournament, is struggling for their game.
But it feels like she has escaped, to be honest, as White's king is so exposed and pieces are not consolidated yet.
That was so strange decision. I really question this king e1. Why do you make this? I mean, knight a to c5, e5, d5. It felt so natural, so logical. Why do you need this? Now, after exchange, Nana found a nice resource, queen d3, which was possibly missed by Natalia. After queen c3, queen e5, king d2, I don't see there's a perpetual, or is there? Queen b2 check.
No, I'll play queen c3 check, I think.
Queen b2 check.
No, queen c3 is king d1, no checks. Okay, so queen b2, then I can go king d3.
I'm sorry, what move do you suggest here?
No, I don't know. Yes, I'm counting lines.
Suddenly black is having decent chances to escape with a draw here. This would be, wow, this would be an amazing result. I mean, such a narrow escape.
Possibly you can see king e3.
King e3 has been played already, so right now Nana is down 3 minutes on the clock, and Natalia Pagonina, she has about 40-something seconds before she executed the move king e3. So the question is, what happens after queen e5?
I think we are going to see draw here before move 40.
Do you think so?
Yes.
Queen e5, just see no other moves because king f3 is impossible because of queen d5.
Exactly.
And we have a confirmation that Alexandra Goryachkina against Elisa Papets has ended with it seems like a perpetual threefold repetition to us, and this means that Alexandra most likely has secured her place in the top 3, a great result by the young Russian player. In the meantime, the championship title is going to be decided here. If Nana Zagnidze forces a draw here with black, this means she is the European Women's Chess Champion of 2017.
It doesn't feel like Natalia really wants to play for a win, but if you play for a win, she play king d2, you have to play king d3 here, I think.
What's the difference? So king d3. So king d3.
There is no difference. Yes,
there's no difference.
I thought I can run through e4 away.
King e2. Maybe she can go for this actually. But there's queen c2, not queen e5, because queen e5 I run away from checks.
Yeah.
King f1, and then I try to find the refuge. Queen c2 is the point. You cannot go knight e2 because the knight on c5 is hanging. And look, that Nana looks a bit relaxed now. Maybe she knows the worst is behind her.
Yeah, it looks like just a repetition. I mean, white's knights are great in stopping checks from queen, but here the problem is that knights are tied, and so you can't possibly make any move with the knight. So
and king f3 is going to be met by queen f5. Wow, this is quite a fascinating possible, and it's been draw agreed, so it seems.
Yeah.
Wow, what a miss by Natalia Pogonina. I thought she was clearly winning there. I really don't understand why she had to play this king e1. It felt like you had to make automatic knight a to c5 met by e5, d5. This should be winning. I mean,
perhaps she was worried about f5, e4.
And this might actually have some great implications to the final result, because had Nana Zagnidze lost this game and Alexandra Goryachkina made draw, it could actually happen that Alexandra Goryachkina might be the champion. And now it's quite official. The European Women's Chess Champion of 2017 is Nana Zagnidze, so we can congratulate her on the excellent performance. Today she was a bit lucky, but still you need to be lucky to be a champion, and that's what she did. I mean,
yeah,
amazing. So we'll try to invite her to the studio. I'm not sure if she'll be willing, but I think she is quite happy with the result,
yes,
of course. So we hope
she also finishes now. She sees that the board 2 also has finished, so that she's the champion.
Yes, yes. So certainly absolutely great and stunning result by the Georgian player.
And Goryachkina is so gonna share the second place, as we don't expect Katrina Lagno to win. We have a result that Galiamo Alisa has won against Kashlinskaya. Alina. So Galiamo is also with 8 points sharing the second place, and we have a draw also on the board 7. So it feels like top 3 will be quite clear.
So in the meantime, we'll make a short break. We'll be coming back with you shortly. We have some very important guests here in the studio. We hope you did enjoy this time travel as we did, and we'll be coming back with you very, very shortly.
Stay tuned.
And we are back live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship 2017. Here in the studio is the very talented player from Russia, Alexandra Goryachkina. We'll be conducting the interview in the Russian, so if you do not understand Russian, I apologize to you. And we'll, for those who did not understand the interview, we'll try to make some sort of summary after it's done. Поздравляю вас, Александра, с отличным результатом. Я не знаю, вы довольны, недовольны с результатом?
Ну, в принципе, я довольна. Я боролась до конца, и даже последняя партия.
Да, мы не могли понять, потому что казалось, что после дебюта у вас было получше, наверное. Потом в один момент у нас в комментариях показалось, что вы где-то немножко потеряли контроль, но, может быть, все-таки не было так просто. И все-таки, наверное, закономерный результат – это ничья.
Ну, возможно.
Сложно сказать, да. Может быть, в пару словах вы могли бы рассказывать, что у вас произошло в партии, что было запланировано. Этот вариант, может быть, не самый основной, я так понимаю.
Ну, моя соперница так играла, ну, как бы давно. И я как бы не особо рассчитывала, что она сюда выйдет. Ну, так получилось, не знаю. Слон b4. Ну, тут, по-моему, по-всякому белый играет. Ходит и король f1. Но я решила, что покрепче надо ходить. Слон d2. Ну, здесь, опять же, можно бить и ферзем.
Угу.
Но тут, по-моему, какая-то теория, что-то типа такого. Вот, ну, когда особо не знаешь, как-то не хочется.
То есть это было немножко неожиданно, все-таки можно сказать, да? То есть...
Ну, как бы я думала, что я просто пойду, позиция крепкая, и думаю, знать-то особо и ничего и не надо. Опять же, здесь белый, по-моему, ходит так, и что-то вот типа такой позиции играет. Но потом черный там ставит одного коня на d6, другого на c5, опять. Ну и как бы говорят, что у них, в принципе, все крепко и не жалуются. Вот. Ну, опять же, я придерживалась своей стратегии. Вот, e5. Так.
Тут c5 не было возможно? Мы немножко рассматривали в комментариях, или это слишком... Ну, здесь после e5, c5 за белых.
За черных?
Не, за белых, вместо d5. Мы думали,
вот
c5
здесь.
какой-то такой забавный ход. Интересно. Немножко характерно, поскольку конь на d2, там, может быть, на c4 может прыгать. Другая игра, наверное.
Может быть, я такого хода не видела. Так, опять. Ну, ход слон c2 вроде как логичный, ну, я так думаю, по крайней мере. Белые хотят пойти a3, b4 где-то, сразу a3 будет конь c5. Теперь, если слон отходит, а4. И как бы непонятно, чего добились. Поэтому слон c2. Но позиция, правда, я не уверена, что у белых все-таки здесь прямо получше. По причине, что все-таки в таких структурах вот этот конь обычно лучше, чтобы здесь стоял. А так на d2 он как-то все мешает. Здесь я даже и не особо понимала, как оценивается, например, вот эта позиция. Ну, я как бы собиралась тут ходить как-то так, ставить слона на b5 и что-то там думать дальше. Ну, у черных опять же все крепко. Вроде как пока слабости не особо видно. А вот этот конь, слон, как-то в эти пешки все и упираются. И не очень удобно белым. 6, ну, эта идея была понятна, f5, и я за партией была полностью не уверена, нужно ли вообще черным дергать f5, потому что там может получиться, что больше слабостей наделали, чем чего-то выгадали. Вот опять же, неудобно с этим конем на d2, просто что-то думать. Конь b3, ну, тоже как-то искусственно выглядит.
Ну, то есть, позиция вам нравилась, не нравилась в этот момент? Какое было такое настроение?
Как бы, я думала, что она примерно в районе равенства. И не то, чтобы мне нравилось и не нравилось. Ну, как бы, играем. Дальше посмотрим. f5. Ну, честно, сначала меня этот ход порадовал, что, ну, как бы черные начали сами себе какие-то слабости делать. Но потом как-то я взяла конь f5. И здесь я что-то задумалась. Очень много времени, по-моему, потратила и так и не поняла, что здесь хорошего у белых. Я сначала думала, что я что-то выигрываю. Ну, что-то типа там... Как я пошла? Я съела, да? Ну, я сначала думала, что что-то типа такого. Как бы конь уходит и так. Но здесь слон бьет d5 и ничего хорошего. Вот. Поэтому я даже и не знаю. Может быть, вообще ничего не стоило делать.
Да, БА очень ответственный ход.
Но тоже я не видела особой идеи за себя, потому что черные, в принципе, хотят, ну вот, допустим, я не знаю, сделать какой-то ход примерно там, допустим. Я думала, что возможно так, так и так. Я не удержу просто где-то центр. И поэтому надо было что-то сразу, мне кажется, делать. Может быть, просто позиция уже у белых не очень хорошая. Вот. Я съела, шла ладья b1. Ну, тоже особо как-то ничего не хочу, по-моему.
А тут А4 нельзя было играть? Мы тут в студии смотрели, можно ли играть А4, так и не могли понять. То есть какая-то контра у черных была. То есть вроде бы где-то конь d4, но мы до конца не поняли.
Я думала, что может быть взять.
А мы даже смотрели взятие на b3, по-моему.
Ох ты.
Да.
Взятие на b3.
Да, такая идея была. Взятие на b3, и потом жертвовать эту пешку, ладья А7, ладья F8 и какая-то контра.
Но мне кажется, что у черных как бы не такая плохая позиция, чтобы что-то жертвовать.
Может быть, да.
Не знаю. Ну, я считала, что здесь так, конь d4 и... Ну, не знаю.
Ну да, здесь, наверное, получше все-таки.
Ну, как бы, у белых единственная проблема конь на b3, ну и слон на c2 немножко в пешке упирается. Ну, а так уже все поменяли и непонятно чего. Слон c8. Да, но тут что-то я решила вообще ничего не считать, просто пошла А4, ну потому что грозит все-таки А4. Потом, если конь выйдет на c5, я его вообще ничем не собью, не очень-то хорошо будет. Вот. Ну, тоже я не уверена насчет этого хода. Ну, уже, может быть, делать нечего, потому что здесь был такой ход, я не могла точно оценить какие-то тут последствия. Ну, я что-то, какой-то вариант считала. Ну, не знаю, издалека совершенно мне было непонятно, потому что я тут, по-моему, без пешки, насколько я понимала. Вот, и, ну, как-то, не знаю даже. Может быть, там в промежутке надо было бы считать ходы типа cd, конь c3, там dc, ну, я не знаю, опять же, это было все так далеко и столько промежутков, потому что, ну, примерно я считала там так, какой-то ход ферзем, хотя им пойти-то особо некуда.
Потому что конь e5, да?
Да, я думала ферзь d7, я не видела хода конь e5. Просто я думала, что сразу ферзь c7, d6 я еще думала. Поэтому...
А если ты взял на d6?
Ну, я думаю, чем?
Ферзем?
А, как бы...
Нет?
Не, ну и...
Черному что-то лишнее?
Да, что-то лишнее осталось.
Наверное.
Ну да, я об этом уже не подумала, что осталось что-то лишнее. Я уже думала, что я качество сохранила уже неплохо. Ну, поэтому я не знаю, был ход конь b6, и не знаю, что бы я делала. Потому что мы уже потратили довольно прилично времени. И...
Ну, можно конь d2 вернуться обратно.
Не, ну как бы не очень хочется так конь d2 назад, потому что вот этот конь, да? Ну, как-то, я не знаю, тут есть ходы типа слон a6 или...
Слон d3, ферзь c2. А, слон d3, конь... Нет, конь d5 же нет вроде бы, слон f5. Ну, типа как-то перегруппироваться. Ну, да.
Ну, может быть, ну, как-то все равно... Ну, конь h4, я думаю, ход тоже должен быть неплохой. Здесь я уже как бы... Ну, мне особо не до жиру в этой позиции уже как бы... с конем на b3 стоять полностью резаным не очень хорошо, поэтому я решила, что надо просто уже уводить его оттуда.
Вот здесь, кстати, если можно добавить, после коня f6 мы одумывали, можно ли сразу играть f4. У нас была идея позиционно пожертвовать эту пешку, потом конь d4, там как-то по полям пойти. Вот не могли понять. То есть сразу мы не видели ничего такого для черных. Вот здесь есть. Мы пошли f4, ef и конь d4. Мы с компьютером не смотрели, естественно.
Да, но здесь я боялась такого хода.
d4.
Как бы, что конь g4 где-то начнут напрыгивать, Не, как бы был конь d2, ход с двумя идеями, что я жду хода слона 6, и что после f4 я не даю ход e4 сразу. Ну, как бы тут черные не обязаны ходить слона 6 на самом деле, как мне кажется. Нужно было как-то, мне кажется. Ну, правда, на слон d7 там ладья b7 залазим, так что, ну, тоже непонятно, что делать. Слон a6, f4. Ну, если брать, то тут как бы... Ну, мы получили ту же позицию примерно. Ферзь отойдет, конь d4. Ну, примерно тут еще ход слон a6 какой-то сделали. Ну, я думаю, что тут у белых точно никаких проблем. Конь на e6 влезет, ну, пешку f4 мы где-то даже, мне кажется, отыграем.
Мы то же самое смотрели, но только сразу конь b3, d4. Там, правда, слон d7 тогда защищал, там ладья b7.
Ну, да. Здесь белые просто в разы лучше, чем в том варианте. Вот, ну, хода ладья e8 я даже не видела, я ходила f4 просто.
Так, а тут брать на e5 нельзя было или de? Это неприятно.
Ну, да, de, потому что ладья бьет e5 все-таки.
Считали, что выиграно у белых.
Конь f3.
Да.
Там конь g6 в конце.
Ну да, мы вроде бы думали, что выиграем, наверное, у белых.
Ну да, скорее всего. Хотя еще, мне кажется, выигрывать и выигрывать. Ну, где-то же пешку на d5 заберем, будет как с двумя. Ну, не знаю, мне кажется, черные бы сюда не пошли, съели бы de. Как бы, мне кажется, не особо проблем тут.
И очень старались мат поставить ладья f6, ферзь h7, конь e4, но ни раз не получилось.
Ну да, наверное.
Наверное, и нет его, да.
Ну, тут уже как бы e4 уже грозит. И непонятно, ферзь d4, где-то размены появляются. И не знаю, мне позиция не нравилась. Как бы слон a6 вроде и плохой, а вроде и нет. У меня пошла g3. Ну, тут еще был ход ферзь h3. Я не знаю альтернативу хода ферзь h5, мне кажется, примерно. Верно.
Да, вот здесь был очень интересный момент. После ферзь h5 мы немножко не поняли. Конь e4, конь g4. Что мы не видели после h4? Почему нельзя брать на f4? Там какая-то тактика была? Мы просто не досчитали.
Нет?
Мы просто не поняли.
Это было просто как бы...
Считали жертву конь d6, конь c5. Ну, не нашли мата.
Ну, я тоже считала, я тоже не нашла. Ну, что делать? Ходить-то куда-то надо было. Ну, просто... Как бы непонятно, какой ход вообще сделать. Потому что как бы хотят съесть на f4, пойти там ферзь e2, ладья e2. И, ну, например, я издалека думала, что я хожу так, но тут как бы берут. Я, допустим, уже должна брать. Взяли, ладья f4. Там сразу ферзь e2 или ладья e1, ферзь e2 или там ладья e2. Ну, как бы ничего хорошего, потому что мат уже ставит мне, а не я. Поэтому даже, в принципе, снять с доски ферзей, эта позиция далеко не в мою пользу, потому что, ну, с таким слоном, с такими черными полями, что... Вот, поэтому надо было что-то думать. Как бы я, опять же, по времени осталось тут уже не так много. Я просто хожу, конь e4 и...
Надеяться лучше, да?
Ну да, как бы, ну я думаю, что, ну, пойдут конь g4, h4, ну, съедят. Я думаю, ну, я еще здесь посчитаю, я же тоже там... Ну, не знаю, я что-то тут считала, конечно, но я так и не поняла. Взяли ферзь h7, так, так. Ну, я так и не поняла,
что... мы не видели ничего. И жертва на f6, ладья а, f1, вроде бы все держится.
Ну, я считала такой ход.
g4.
Но тоже ничего не проходит.
Такой мы не смотрели. Ферзь h4, да, там...
Нет, сейчас, я точно не помню, что я тут хотела за черных, но у меня не проходило. Потому что сначала я посчитала такой ход, но здесь вроде бы... Не знаю, как-то... Я считала такой ход. Не знаю, правда. И вариант, в принципе, какой-то уже...
Там мат не ставится, ферзь Е1, там, нет? Ферзь Е1, ладья F1, не будет мата?
Может быть, и будет. Ну, не знаю, это просто уже так далеко, и как бы, ну, не знаю, как мат.
Ферзь G3, там...
Король H1.
Да. Ну, у черных вечный шах уже есть.
Да, ну тут тоже мат грозит
Ну
в
да,
один
да,
ход,
да.
правда. Главное, хода конь d7 нигде нету, ферзь d7 там сразу мат. Вот. Но на g4 я что-то видела другое, поэтому как бы считала, что... Так.
А ферзь H4 нельзя забрать? Или там что-то
Ферзь
конкретное?
H4.
А, там опять это будет ладья B8.
Ну там как
а
бы
мы не
слон
видели
G6,
этого,
ферзь
да.
G7, да. Но здесь я считала какой-то ход, типа, вот вообще вот так. Потому что тут тоже ферзь на H7 висит, и не знаю. Вот здесь я не видела, правда, что я белыми хочу, потому что взятие,
Да.
взятие конем. И не знаю, ферзь G7, ферзь F7 я закроюсь. И поэтому, увы, не
Кстати,
прошло.
ладья F7 тоже, наверное, можно.
Ну, можно,
Ну да.
может быть.
Да. Угу.
Нет, правда, нет.
Окей, может
Там,
быть.
потому что им можно показать, наверное, так. А, нет, там связка, да, извините.
Ну,
в
веселые
принципе,
варианты.
Не, ну как бы ход король Е7 такой, что его как бы и разглядеть, мне кажется. Не факт, что, конечно, проходит, ну...
То есть черные поверили на слово, да, что ЕФ это... Или просто решили играть
Ну, может быть,
без риска.
там без риска, да. Но я не знаю, опять же, я говорю, я видела ход G4, первые там, сколько я считала, 10, там, пока соперница, минут 10 я думала, я не видела. Но потом уже, когда уже ближе, я думала, король Е7, и как бы, что, собственно.
Угу.
Не знаю, может быть, тут есть какие-то отходы ферзем, но слабо уже верится, все-таки фигур не хватает.
Ну, а дальше в партии что произошло? Там, я так понимаю, там еще много экшена было.
Хотя вот в этой позиции, может быть, есть такой ход еще.
И ферзь Е5.
Ну, не знаю, так. Ну, не знаю, тут уже надо ставить на компьютеры, потому что, ну, мне кажется, я посчитала тут достаточно, ну, опять же, какой-то оценки тут прийти я не смогла, скажем так. Ну, скорее бы всего, я бы все равно пошла на эту позицию, потому что, ну, непонятно, что делать здесь. Как бы уже ни один приличный ход тут не спасает, поэтому надо было что-то делать. Ну, я не знаю, опять же, я говорю, я вот примерно на эту позицию рассчитывала и думала, что...
Что бой-бой, да.
Да, ну как бы ход король Е7 это уже и так. Я рассчитывала все-таки на ход ферзь Е5, и вот там вот в конце слон С8, ладья Б8, слон F5. Я как бы не видела, как черные там мат ставят, потому что я и сейчас не вижу.
Угу. Да,
Потому
ну
что...
вроде бы здесь вечный шаг, да.
Да. И не знаю, может быть, так и есть.
Может быть, да. Ну ладно, а дальше? Ну ладно, черные отказались от ЕФ.
Да, но позиция вроде бы и так нормальная. G6. Не знаю, опять же, я тут по причине того, что осталось уже не так много времени, хожу ладья Е1 и не считаю ни один вариант.
Тут мы опять старались угадать, почему нельзя брать на F4.
Здесь на F4 было бы слон D1.
Угу. И конь E5?
Конь E5, слон бьет H5.
Конь
D3, конь F6.
Ой, это мы не видели.
Ну, тут как бы надо еще до конца смотреть. Ну, я как бы думала, что здесь белые, ну, не рискуют все-таки. Поэтому... Ну, хода на слон d1 я как бы другого не видела, потому что все-таки грозит слон g4, конь f6. Может быть, есть какой-то ход, но, опять же, один вариант я посчитала, уже достаточно. Слон c8. Да, ну здесь я, конечно, ну, я взяла, опять ничего не считая, на конь e5. Но я сначала рассчитывала, что я хочу пойти конь f6. Типа взять, так. Но я думала, что, ну, тут, скорее всего, все-таки ничья. Там у меня есть вечным шахом. Типа конь e5, так.
Точно есть, а если слон f5?
Ну, там шахи, ладьей и туда-сюда.
Ладью f, да.
А тут, как бы, этой ладьей, чтобы конь на f7 не закрылся, ладья бьет g6. И ну, туда-сюда. Ну, возможно, я там еще где-то на выигрыш поиграю, потому что я съем слона, тут ферзем ни одного шаха. Все-таки меня эта позиция устраивала, но минус в том, что когда я в этой позиции, ну, вот в этой позиции начала считать, на конь f6, ладья f6 взял, я обнаружила очень неприятный ход слон f5. Неожиданно, мне кажется, здесь белые просто проигрывают. Ну, как неожиданно. Для меня это было неожиданно, потому что хода нормального нету. Ладья на f6 зависла, ферзь 2 раза висит, конь f3 грозит, ферзь отойти, ну, как бы не может. Я даже могу... Ну, того, что я могу уже шах давать конь f3, я могу и так съесть.
И потом, да, конь f3...
Не, здесь не могу, нет, сразу конь f3 так.
Конь f3, да.
И все, меня просто выбил ход слон f5. И пришлось думать уже, что-то выдумывать в какой-то момент. Ну, у меня уже здесь осталось 5 минут, а это только там 27-й ход. Я просто сделала ход ферзь c3. Ну, вроде я тут ничего не отдаю сразу. Потом, пока соперница думала над ходом, я еще так предположила, что у меня не такая плохая позиция, как я уже думала. Потому что в какой-то момент, ну, сейчас главная угроза почти конь f6, но еще есть где-то неприятный ход слон d1 и ферзь ловится. Я здесь так, ну, уже, опять же, мы играли просто в блиц, а ходит король g7, ну, я вроде c5. Тут уже было главное каждым ходом нападать, потому что если на меня тут один раз нападут, просто мат, мне кажется, поставят. Вот. И тут ход ладья f3 меня выбил, на меня напали. Вот.
Здесь мы думали, что можно было взять, и ладья e3 нам казалось очень крепко, нет? И потом забрать все, что дает там на a5, на d6.
Да, я хода ладья e3 не видела, я видела только ход ладья f1, но вы там что-то как-то у меня все забирали.
То есть ладья f3 немножко нас удивил.
Ну, все равно же, я так понимаю.
Ферзь g4 или ферзь f8, ферзь a5 там можно, да, забрать?
Я не знаю, тут какие-то слон h3 начинаются, опять же, там под цветнот, я не так уверена в оценке.
Может быть, да. Слон h3.
И, ну, не знаю. Мне уже лично хотелось поменять ферзей, но тут как бы никак. Ну вот ладья f1 даже взял, там на c5 взяли, и не знаю. Ферзь b2. Я не удивлюсь, что тут что-то найдется просто за черных, потому что, ну, для такой позиции минута на часах это...
Не сахар, да?
Ну, как бы тут уже, да. Ну, как бы у черных тоже минута, но не знаю. Вот. Мы тут уже как-то в темпе блица взяли. Да, ну тут уже главное, чтобы там какие-то слон h3 ходы не проходили. Ну, тут уже...
Сначала мы тут похоронили белых. Показалось, что все. Но тут неожиданно, да, этот слон d1, слон c2 ресурс нашелся. И как-то все держится. Удивительно.
Не, ну на самом деле там, мне кажется, не держится. Просто черные
точно,
не
да?
согласились. Ну, я считала, и мне было неприятно ход ферзь c4. Я считала такой вариант. Так. Ну, король должен, мне кажется, отходить только уже куда-то сюда. Потому что там ферзь в 2 шаг, ферзь бьет Е1 с шахом. Ферзь бьет d5 шаг. Здесь как бы... Я издалека считала, что я так могу пойти, но так не могу. Потому что так, взял, слон 3 и мат. Вот такой вариант я прочитала, когда у меня была минута. Я подумала, что мне кранты. Ну, как бы черные просто согласились на ничью.
Да, нам тоже вроде бы показалось, что мы не видели этот ферзь c5 и ферзь d5 промежуточный шаг, и, видимо, тоже черные не видели этого.
Да, соперница, я спросила, тоже не видела. Ну, здесь я как бы уже собиралась ходить что-то слон b3, типа ферзь b4. Сначала я даже не видела, что висит ладья, но она висит. Как-то так. Ну, уже что-то я не знаю.
Плохо по виду.
Ну, может, ну да, потому что ферзь c3 я не могу, там вилка в конце.
Хотя там конь d6 где-то угрожает все-таки.
Не, ну ладья e3, там ферзь b6, я уже сейчас смотрю, просто попала. И я не знаю.
Хода очень вообще
знаю,
очень
что
сложно
делать.
найти. Ферзь c3 нету, взял без качества. Да.
Даже не могу предположить, что
Может быть, там после конь d6, ферзь c5, или там все форсировано. Конь d6,
ну,
ферзь c5.
можно еще раз посмотреть, ну, я не знаю. Ход король h1 единственный, ферзь d5. Ну, здесь еще можно отходить конь e4.
Да.
Ну, не знаю, я боялась, что ну тут как бы тоже отойдут.
И ладья d1 как-то. Ну, что, живы, по-моему.
Ну, как бы живы, да, ну там, я не знаю, отойдут куда-нибудь, сюда залезут. Ну, не знаю.
Ну да, как бы не было, черные этого не видели, партия, очень много приключений было, так что, я думаю, вы, наверное, радостны тогда, что хоть не удалось проиграть. Я так полагаю, времени не было обращать внимание на первый стол, что там произошло, потому что там тоже очень много приключений было, потому что в один момент Нана Дзагнидзе стояла просто проиграна, как нам сказалось, потом она просто нашла какой-то вечный шаг. Это просто вообще удивительно.
Ну, последний тур, что
да, все
что
устали,
делать?
то есть очень сложный турнир. То есть, может быть, какие-то общие впечатления насчет турнира, я полагаю, вы очень довольны турниром?
Да, ну это моя самая удачная женская Европа, потому что с каждым годом я прибавляю по пол очка. Вот я с 2009 года играю, начинала я с полтинника. Вот каждый год все больше и больше.
Сейчас у вас 8 из 11, если моя логика считает, в следующем году должно быть 8,5. То есть прогресс должен продолжаться.
Да, на это надеюсь.
Будем вам этого желать, много успеха. Спасибо за нас, то, что вы присоединились к нам в студии. У вас в студии была Александра Горячкина, похоже, вице-чемпионка, если я не ошибаюсь, может быть, там коэффициент еще как-то поменяется, но чувствую, что в медалях вы должны быть. И мы, наверное, тогда продолжим на английском языке. So with us in the studio was Alexandra Goryachkina. Thank you for watching us. We will be resuming the live feed from European Women's Chess Championship shortly, and hopefully with us in the studio will be the 2017 European Women's Chess Champion Nana Dzagnidzhe. Thank you for watching us. We will be seeing you very shortly.
welcome back. I have an honor to be here with the European Women Chess Champion 2017. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Really fantastic tournament, and well, it's probably pointless to ask you if you're satisfied with your result. Yes, you're extremely happy, probably. And so I'll start by asking, with what kind of mood did you enter today's game?
Today's game, usually I always go to the game with a fight. So it doesn't matter I'm winning tournament or something, because I get pleasure when I play chess. So yeah.
So yeah, that's probably the best approach to when you need to win as well.
Yeah. So today's game, yeah, it was. I think it was really very interesting game. Can we flip? Can we flip? Flip the board?
I am not sure about that. Wait, sorry. So actually, I'm not
Okay.
sure if you can.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
You took quite some time with the
Yeah, because
bishop c7
because
and
I knew
taking.
here e4 straight away. I knew here, and this Kramnik's game here at bishop c7 and just a moment, castle here. I think it was the same in the game.
Yes, it
Yeah,
transposes.
it
then.
transposed, yes. So here, yeah, and b5. Yeah, there was some other plan also with knight d5, but I don't know after this line, I didn't like my position. Okay, I have a plan, this rook d8, b6, but I prefer white, so I decided to play this b5, and I think it was correct.
Yes, Arthur was all the time trying to recall some of his analyses, all the time saying that he remembers this position from his analyses, and then again, but he doesn't know what exactly was the evolution or what has to be done. And
Here, instead of here was knight c5, also interesting move, and c3. I was going to play it like this here, and I think if I put my knight on b4 in such a position, black is fine.
yes, probably.
So, yeah. That's why she decided to play queen e3, and then her plan is to play bishop f1 and to take on c4 with bishop. But here I think it becomes a really complicated position. I was calculating so many lines here after c3. No, in this position, because yeah.
It felt that after knight c3 something went wrong. Is that correct, or you felt like it's all good?
I don't know. I was trying to figure out what was going on here, but it was really difficult because, okay, if I take with pawn, then she has this knight b1, and I was thinking with bishop c4 like this, and if she takes here, I have bishop b6, and I'm okay here. But she has, I think, something like knight a3. I don't know. I was calculating this. I should go back, and I don't know what is this.
It's very complicated
But
position.
knight c3 was so tempting. I don't know. I wanted to play this knight c3, but here, so many lines here was with start with knight e2.
But it probably would transpose to the same as in the game. Maybe on
Yeah, but king on h1 now, not on
Yes.
f1. So it's better for black, I think, to start with knight e2 first, and then rook c8. I don't know.
we are counting also knight d4, but there is something.
Knight d4, yes, but what I didn't like queen d7. I think queen d7. Yeah.
Well, yes, this might be very.
And
strong.
everything is hanging, so I don't know. I should take, right? I should take.
Probably, yes. And
And
rook c8 doesn't work, yes, because of some reason.
both rooks are
Both
hanging.
rooks are hanging, yes,
Yes.
sorry. Yeah. So,
Yeah, so. That's
yeah,
why
we
I
missed queen
didn't-
d7, that's true.
that's why I didn't took on d4, and no. But what I didn't like here, I think I should have started with knight e2 first and then rook c8 here, I think. And the same position, but with king on h1.
Yes.
I don't know, I was thinking about it during the game. Here she has this knight c5. I don't know, I was calculating this knight c5. But here I have like this bishop e5, queen e4. And I don't know what is this. If I take here, then no, this is
all.
no, this
all
is no. But what I was thinking here, maybe bishop d4, but this is also not working. Just queen e3, and she's going to take my second piece, and yeah, this is not working.
Okay.
Yeah, I played like this, but I'm not sure she played strongest moves here, because I was thinking that she should have played here knight c5. I think this was, best move here. I don't know. To keep this knight, and my knight is trapped, so.
And still bishop e5 doesn't work.
But yeah, bishop e5, now queen e4.
It's the same as before.
Same, yeah. So I don't know. She played, yeah, but here I think I'm good here already.
Really, we were
Yeah,
certain that white is dominating this position.
Dominating.
Yes.
Yes, but after f6,
And
position is going to be open.
okay, like she played, and now after knight c5 instead of king e1,
Okay, e5,
d5.
f5.
And let's say something like king e2,
Okay, e4,
bishop h3.
queen d5,
I'm sorry, a little bit confusing, yeah, but
queen d. No, I think I'm.
and if bishop f5 straight away, it's
When? Which position?
after f5.
Sorry, d5.
No,
F5?
I'm sorry. Instead of king e1, yes, it felt like king e1 is allowing you all those checks.
But how to play?
Yeah, like knight c5, like I said, e5.
Knight c5.
Yes.
e5,
Yes, d5 and
f5.
and after bishop h3, you won't have all those ideas which
Yeah,
you've had
but
in
I
the
can
game.
take on d5 and
And after bishop f5,
check, and on h2 can I take?
yes, but then I can already take on a5.
Yeah, maybe. I should take, huh? I don't have any option. I should take here.
And now you probably has to take a pawn if you can.
On h2?
I don't know. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe this was better try. But here, queen h.
Yeah,
H2.
and after knight f5.
Knight a5, queen h5, we have g4, huh?
Yes, and I want to play knight b3 and start pushing a6, a5.
Yeah.
a5, a6,
No, this
sorry.
I don't like. Yeah, maybe this was better try. Play like this. For white. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, after this, yeah, it was.
It's just a preparatory, yes? There.
Yeah, I could try like f5 here, but I'm not sure that I have some. I want to play f4, but still.
It's very big
I
risk,
don't
yeah.
believe. Yeah, I don't believe there is something for black. So yeah.
Yeah, it's as with one queen against those pieces, it will be just very, very unlikely to create some problems.
Yeah.
And were you at any point following what's happening on board number 2?
Actually, in the last moment when I had this perpetual check, I checked and I found out that they made draw, so.
So it was already.
Yeah, clear what to do. Yeah.
And we are checking, but of course it's not official information. It's just like the biggest win for you so far.
Yeah, so far, yes. This is my biggest achievement in my chess career. Yes.
So that makes it even way more special. Yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm really happy and I'm very satisfied.
Okay, and what's the next big goal?
We have this World Team Women Championship in Khanty-Mansiysk, and I think this will be my next tournament. So,
And
the Georgian team we will try to win. Yes, and this year, we have also this European Championship, team championship, and
so trying to represent your country at the
Yes, of course,
highest
yeah.
level. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Once again, I must congratulate you, and like really impressive, really nice, and just quick. Once again, the same question as we have been asking a lot of people, and. How was the general feeling here in Riga? How did you like the city and to play here?
I didn't have the time to see much here in Riga, but around the hotel, it was a nice park, and we were walking every day. So conditions, everything was fine. So I liked here very much. Yeah.
Maybe that's the little difference that why you actually managed to show such a superb result, and when the other people, they all managed to see Riga, but then obviously they played worse than you here, so maybe it was just the correct approach and just professionally focusing on the tournament.
I was really very focusing on tournament, so I didn't have much time to walk around a lot.
So, but now that it's over, you probably still have some time, some hours. So
tomorrow we have a time. I think tomorrow we will go and see some sightseeings here. Yes.
Yes. Well, that's very nice. So, thank you for joining us. Best of luck for the future tournaments, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we'll see a little short clip for the upcoming European Blitz and Rapid Championship, which will be here this year in Katowice, Poland. Hi, welcome back. So we have a slight change instead of the European Women Champion. 2017 we have the Egon Slavendelis, FIDE Master, and Tournament Director, who, yeah.
Good afternoon. So today is a special day. We have a new European champion. Congrats to her. And we just had a white fireworks outside the window, sometimes called also a snow. a real snowstorm exactly at the moment when she became a champion. So we congratulated her like that.
So, and can I say that if we actually reach the state where we have a champion, that I can also congratulate you on a well-organized tournament, or it's too soon a little?
Well, some games are still going, so it may be a bit soon, but the main thing is is known, so we have a champion. That's good news.
So I'll try not to jinx anything and not say anything more. And yeah, and we still have an ongoing fight for the medal
medals,
plus,
yeah.
which is not as important, but are also very
Yeah.
important. So
I think we can say for sure that players with 8 points, which are Alisa Galyamova and Alexandra Goryachkina, they are in top 4. But top 4 is not a medal.
yeah,
And if either Katerina Lagno or Anita Gara wins their games, they are joining also with 8 points. Then everything is up to Buchholz, I think, because did they play each other? I haven't really checked. If all the games are played, if all the games are played, then Buchholz might be not necessary.
I am not sure, to be honest. I remember for sure that Katerina Lagno played with Alexandra Goryachkina,
Yes.
but I think that they didn't play with Galyamova, if I'm not mistaken, as she was not doing so good in the beginning of tournament.
Yeah, actually Galyamova has pretty bad Buchholz, so I would say if Lagno wins, then they will together with Goryachkina have medals.
Yeah. In what order, we don't know.
Yeah, it's really unclear because the Buchholz is really close. And they played draw, I think, yes?
Yeah, they played draw with each other, and both players spent almost the whole tournament on, let's say, top 5 boards.
Yeah.
So it means they played with strong opponents, and Buchholz can be. It's totally unpredictable. Yeah.
Yeah, before the last round, they were separated by 1 point in Buchholz, which is basically nothing.
And then we have a big group of players who are going to finish with 7.5 points, most likely securing a place for the next World Championship.
Yeah, I think 7.5 will definitely give World Championship ticket because top 14 players that have not qualified from the previous year will qualify. So, and many of the top players have qualified, so 7.5 will definitely be enough. Maybe even some players with 7 will qualify, but you can't be sure for that.
Yeah, as we had 14th place before today's game is exactly 7 points. Usually you see in the last round that there comes extra 2-3 players, so we can expect that there will be around 16th, 17th place with 7.5 points.
Well, Monika Sochko has joined on 7.5. Alina Kashlinskaya has fallen out of this group by losing, and there are 2 more pairs with 6.5. Kotanashvili with Golubenko, and Pustovoitova, who is playing Bodnaruk, but Bodnaruk is on 6 points. These games are still going, so maybe let's jump to the board number 4, 11, and 12 and see what's happening there.
Yeah, let's do that. When we left it last time with Arthurs, we concluded that Black is in absolute driver's seat, and they are just going to slowly push with. Well, we said 0 chances for White. But now what I see is that White has managed to push pawn to c5. That's creating some theoretical counter-game chances. Yeah. And I'm not really sure how did they manage to do that.
Maybe we can take a look.
Yes. So we left it... yeah, this was all seen. Black was enjoying absolute dominance on dark squares.
Yeah, it looks...
And White simply had to wait. And yes, trying to create some open files, which happened, exchanged here, and this is the moment where we left the game. And it felt like, yeah, Black has just to consolidate and start pushing. Well, perfect scenario, king on c5 means probably close to game over. But as we see, it was not so easy to do. So White tried to keep some pressure on h6 pawn.
Basically, White are just waiting.
Yeah, we can see that Katerina was playing rook c1, rook h1, and saying that, well, I am, of course, absolutely okay with the draw here. And so she finally did some decision, c5, which is, I think, practically a good decision.
Yeah, which might be even saying Oh well, I want to play for a medal. At
Yeah,
least
but
have some slight chance.
now bishop h7, that was once again a move that's saying, oh, but I'm still okay with the draw. As king
Yeah.
g7, bishop f5 would be a repetition. And, well, Anita Gara is not okay with the draw, which is absolutely understandable.
Yeah.
But now the question is, what would be after bishop g8?
Getting a bishop on d5.
Yeah, and hopefully advancing my pawn even further. I have a feeling there is some tactical problem which I'm missing. Perhaps taking on c4 and followed by knight c3. Could it be a problem?
And if I play bishop d5 at that moment,
Okay, let's see. Bishop g8
takes.
takes.
I have to take by rook, otherwise.
Yeah.
Actually.
b4
if-
pawn is hanging, so this is all very irrelevant. I can't give up on b4 and still hope to win this.
Yeah, and actually, if I want, I can even take bishop on c4 and then play something like rook h2 and take on h6
Yes, that's very
if I
true.
want, but probably taking on b4 is even better.
So what could have been wrong with bishop g8 here? As I don't believe that knight c3 is working. We'll simply
Why should it? I will simply take on d4.
exactly. So it's a little bit surprising for me. If it was possible to play bishop g8, why Katerina didn't play? As if black doesn't do anything, I'll play bishop d5, and once I push c6, well, there is some complications appearing on the board. As I see,
Actually, for black, everything is hanging at the moment. You can't move any of your pieces.
yeah, but
Except rook from c6, but then I'm just pushing.
yeah, that is very true. But we see bishop f5 played on the board. Back, simply. Still saying that I don't want anything, draw is good for me. And that is a good question, if black can improve in any way at all.
Yeah.
Feels like not anymore, to be honest.
Well, but not to allow this plan with bishop g8, black has to go back with the king. Otherwise, I will always have this idea.
Yeah, maybe we can try to put king on c7.
But
And
if the king is even on c7, I will still play bishop g8, bishop d5, and
then I already want to play rook f6 and
yeah, maybe.
perhaps have some use of this empty file. Yeah, maybe that's why Katerina didn't want to go for bishop g8, as there anyways could be all the ideas connected with blocking the pawn on c7 and simply taking the open file.
But if I'll have pawn on c6, then I can, I don't know, play at some moment rook h2, take on h6, and just get a queen by giving a check on 7th rank. And
Yeah, well, that's of course a dream scenario,
bet,
which
yeah.
Black is, I think, not going to be okay with, and might object in some ways. But okay, and now Anita is faced with a very tough decision: if to go all in or to be okay with a draw.
yeah.
I think it's the right choice is to be okay with the draw already, but as we know, once you are in such position, tournament situation, I mean, and you have pushed the whole game, you feel that you had so good chances, and it's just very hard to say, okay, I missed my chance.
Even if we're speaking about prize money, win gives, I don't know, 3 times more or something like that. So it's worth risking. Because then they share 2nd to 4th, which is much higher prize money than 4 to, I don't know, 12 or something like that.
As we with 7.5, we were speaking that it would be even still something like 16th place. So,
Oh, maybe even 16th, yeah.
so it means
And the
a lot of
prizes are
share.
shared here, yeah.
Yes, and shared equally. So it means, yeah, not so much. So let's try to
yeah.
cover some more games.
What's happening on boards 11 and 12?
We have Khotinashvili Bella against Golubenko Valentina. I guess this
This has almost ended in a draw. Or
is close to it, but Black still have to prove that they can catch the B pawn. And actually, can they? So let's see.
yeah, just
King C6.
it's white to move then. They probably can't do that.
No, I'm sorry. King C6 even gives possibility of King F5. Yeah,
And does it help you?
that's a good question. I thought that it does, but
It might help, yes, because I thought that you always go bishop d5 and protect the pawn like that, but when you have bishop on d5, you can never push b6 with my king on e5.
yeah, let's show that. That, for example, King F5, B5, we answer with King
f4.
forcing bishop D5, and now we simply play King E5. And B6 is not possible due to taking.
Yes, but I think I can play bishop b3, bishop d1. Or bishop f7, bishop h5, I don't know which is better. Maybe on d1 is better, yes.
So going for passive defense.
And then pushing my pawn.
Yeah, and Black has no way to reach any of the back rank squares to stop this pawn. Yeah, this might be just simply over. We have King C6, King F5 on the board. Yeah, so in case Khotinashvili wins, well, it's also a very good tournament for her. She has been fighting very nicely. We saw very nice games by her, and yeah, okay. And so while they are thinking, as there is quite a, we have position. B5 has been played, so we have exactly this at the board right now. And while Golubenko is thinking if there is any way for defense, we can move to board 12. Voitova Daria with Bodnar Anastasia.
Pustovoitova is on 6.5, while Bodnaruk is on 6 points, so only Pustovoitova can theoretically join the group with 7.5.
Well, and as we see that she's pawn. No, she's not pawn up. Yes, I'm counting wrong. There's pawn on d3. But
yeah.
So Black is the one actually fighting for a win here.
Yeah, on the first side at least, Black are fighting for a win. Actually, what happens if I just play bishop h6?
Yes, that's the move I'm trying to deal with, also in my head.
c5, yes? c5, d2, bishop, rook d4, yes?
So let's see, bishop h6, c5, yes?
I think so.
Probably that's the only way how to try to deal with it, but it does feel suspicious for white, but maybe...
I see how I can get a rook endgame with one pawn up, but probably is not enough for me.
So let's say
d2, rook d4, takes on a2, king e2 probably,
yes,
and
otherwise
rook c2.
rook a3 will come.
Just rook c2.
Am I in square? I'm thinking maybe I can just play king f8.
And win a pawn endgame.
Yes, saying that you can't touch my d2 pawn. Actually, I can't force it yet, but I can force it with rook b2, rook b1. Or, yeah, just rook b2, and you're forced to take on d2 already. So, if the pawn endgame is actually...
Why I'm forced? I don't know, rook d3.
And I'll play rook b1.
Then I can take by...
Knight d2, rook b2 is met by f4. Which might be still losing to the due to h4, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complicated, definitely. So should we show what we were actually counting
Yeah.
now? So let's say what's the...
No, I don't like king f8.
Yeah.
Because I will always be in the squares anywhere. Anyway, so maybe rook b2,
Yes. Rook b2.
rook d3,
Rook d3.
rook b1, takes, rook b2,
And f4 seems like the
only
try.
move, yes.
Does it? Can I play c6?
Ah, now you can play c6.
Yes, that's why king
yeah,
f8
that's
was
why
needed.
you wanted king f8.
Yeah, now we have this thing.
But after king f8, maybe I can play something like h4 as an f4.
Yeah, that's a try. And also it's not certain that this position is not just lost.
Ah, you'll keep also the light pieces, yes?
Yes, I will keep my bishop, which is a very strong...
Strong piece at this moment. Yeah, it might be actually. So,
Very good chance for black here.
but I think we can almost for sure say that nobody will join on 7.5 here, so Pustovaita will not win.
Yeah, I think that's very safe to conclude. So actually, this group might even not get bigger in that case, as from 6.5 only. Well, Sachko and Khotanishvili might win,
Yes?
and we have one resultative game so far that on group is 6 points. So it's only +1 player.
And this group might be 11 or 12 players, yes.
Very big sharing, a lot of counting.
Yeah, a lot of counting for us today. So you'll help with it? Tom is also in our organizing team, not only commenting, so...
Well, we could take out calculator right now and get to it.
Well, I have one big one. Okay, maybe let's go back to board number 4.
Board number 4. Could there be any action happening? Rooks have come off. So, yes, a knight has been moved
Yeah,
to
now
c6.
it is on c6, I like it. Because you will never push your pawn.
So
It's blocked, and if I get my rook on d8 now,
we had king e7, bishop f5, rook c7, and white was the one who decided
who
to
were
exchange.
pushing. Why did you do so?
Well,
Desperately wanting to win?
Well, maybe not desperately. She simply understood that she's in no risk, and now she wants to play rook c1, followed by king c4, king b5, and just grabbing
okay.
the b pawn. And black's pawns h6, g5 suddenly are just with no importance at all.
Well, but after your rook c1, I can always play knight a5 and say you'll never get anywhere with your king.
Yes, that's a good point, although that could be met by c6 already in some lines. And I would claim that my opponent game is winning for me.
Yeah, h5 will never work from me. Oh, it might be actually.
It might. With
Actually,
the,
very interesting endgame. As the last top board game today.
yes, we have rook b7, rook c1 on the board. So,
Rook b7 is basically making you go back with your rook because I want knight a5 with a tempo.
yeah, but there's another square on d5 for the king. I think black is forced to play knight a5. If king c4 comes, it could be even over.
No, I thought if your rook will be on c4, I will go knight a5 with tempo.
Aha. Yes. So what to do?
I think knight a5 is almost the only move.
But now c6,
Can you really play that?
rook here, and bishop d7. King d6 probably.
Yes. Are you threatening anything?
That is good question. I probably can't play rook c4, can I?
Rook c4.
I'm sorry, this is absolutely unneeded, but as I have such a move here.
And knight takes c6. Ah, you always have checks. Both if I take by rook or by king, yes.
Yeah, but this with the pawn still being so...
Actually, I don't believe that you're winning this opponent game.
No?
Let's check it.
So
Oh, check. I go anywhere.
No.
Take. King c4. King d6, and when you take on b4, I play h5.
And I'm not in a square, and you are.
Yes.
So yes, and h5, and no, I'm sorry. Ah, you have h4. Yeah, sorry. I wanted to play king c3.
Then I'll probably play h4, yes.
So, and here g4, let's say h6.
Oh, no.
No. You have to play.
Yeah, but then you could play king c3, and you are also in a square.
So this is not working.
Okay.
That's
well, I
what-
can always play a queen's endgame with... but I'll be 2 pawns down immediately.
Yeah, yes, that's.
It will be lost.
And actually, that's what we see on the board. Bishop d7 has been played, which is very exciting turn of events.
Yes.
Very unexpected, probably for Alexander Goryachkin and Guillermo Aliza, who were certain probably about their top 3
Yeah.
place, and now it's
That will be very interesting.
as before this round. Katerina Lagno had the best bullholds,
Yeah.
so she could, with this big
She-
turn of
she
events,
could,
jump to second place even.
Jump to silver medal. Wow. Can we go to the position which is in the game?
Yes, bishop d7. Hard to imagine any other move than king d6 here, as well, rook c5 is just coming otherwise.
Taking immediately on c6 doesn't help me, yes? I can take, I mean, but it doesn't help me.
It leads to the same
I think it's
position,
6.
yeah.
My king is on c6 then not c7, but it probably doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it's probably just about the C file or D file, but... No, that's also not... Yeah, I don't know if king d6 has been played. That's on the board right now, so... Yes, if rook h6, h1, and we counted everything correctly is working, then it's all by force. As after rook h1, black doesn't have a choice. They have to go for it.
What about rook a7?
Rook a7, and if I just take
King c7.
7.
I want to play knight takes b3.
Yes, I felt this trick coming at some point from you, but I don't believe
Maybe
it.
you can just play king c2.
Yeah, or I wanted even to suggest bishop e6 and saying that this is absolutely winning, or just rook h1 back.
Rook
And,
h1 back, I can take on c6.
I'm aware of that, but I can take and play king c4. Let's show what is. Yeah. If you take, I will just take, king takes, and king c4.
Is it that easy win?
Maybe not that easy, as my pawns A and B still be very far, and most likely you will get some passed pawn like E or G.
I can play, for example, rook d7 and just exchange those to e.
Yeah, that's true.
Might get a draw.
Yeah, that is
It
very
might
true.
be hard, but
So, this is something I can't allow so easily. And let's say if I play something like bishop e8 here.
can I take on b3?
You might. But, so what happens here?
I know that you're not dying immediately, but...
King c4.
Oh, now many options. Knight c1, knight d2.
Knight d2 is probably not something that should work. As I have a very nice tactic, I can show you after knight d2. Here, knight d4, I give check. You're forced to exchange. Aha! And after c7,
Knight d6, yeah, I was also thinking.
Still knight d6. I was just focusing on king b7.
King b7, knight bishop c6.
c6, yes. So, but still knight d6, yes, and king c5, knight c8, and... No, but this should be lost. This should be just simply lost, yeah.
Yes, because I have nothing to do.
Draw.
Oh, draw.
Wow.
Is it true? Let's go to the
Yes,
position in the game.
we see the players on camera. They are
Yeah,
signing
we're concentrating on the screen.
King d6 and draw.
Wow. Why?
This is super. Maybe. Well, but let's see again this.
Yeah, the kings are on e4 and e5. So it's
could
really
there
a draw.
rook h1? Can there be any risk? Maybe something changes if here, and if I take with the rook.
Then my king is on c6, yes.
So it's one tempo. Is that correct? Like king c5, let's say?
Not really tempo. I'm still on the c file, not on d.
Ah, but I don't have any pawns here anymore. So king c4 is just over. There's no h6 pawn. So this is simply...
It's simply over.
Yes.
What are we missing, Toms? Or did they miss it? I don't believe that.
Well, this is this thing that Katerina was playing the whole game from defending side, and she just overtook the initiative, so to say, and it's very hard to switch your mind to calculating a win instead of calculating a draw.
Yeah.
And maybe she forgot that also there's rook h1, and she thought that, okay, black has a fortress, I'm still standing, black is standing, and that's it. Rook h1. So let's see it again. Knight c6. Of course, this rook a7 was interesting attempt, but probably, well, white is just pushing there. Really, after something like taking on h6, and like you said, king c2.
You'll never lose.
Exactly.
If you don't blunder, of course.
Yeah, it's clear pawn up, and activity huge, and not. So knight c6. We take on c6. As we concluded, rook c6 is absolutely impossible. So king c6 has to be played. Rook c1.
Doesn't matter where we go.
Yes, we take, and king c4. So, is there some classical pawn endgame trick which we are totally not aware of?
King d6, king b4.
And what if I simply stand? Will you be, as you are never able to take on a3, as then h5 will be working?
Okay, but I don't need this a3 pawn. I can just push the b pawn and then come with the king on d5.
Yeah, but from then again, you might not be able to catch the pawn anymore from d5. So let's see. I have absolutely no idea what's the most precise move to do, and let's say something king d7, if it makes any sense at all. Or maybe, okay, king. I will stand on e file for now.
Yeah, because now you have to come back to c file.
Yes.
Otherwise you are not in the square.
So now h5 is not possible, but let's say I stand here. As king d5 is losing to h5. And there is no way to catch pawn anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and if I try to push something like b4, I still keep standing here. And once you play, let's say, b5, I will join in with the king.
Well, but if I play just b6?
Yes.
b7? And now king d5.
So we'll reach some queen endgame, where white is definitely pushing.
Yes. I'll never lose it.
Yeah, white.
But I'll have some chances.
Yeah,
maybe you'll keep your draw then.
As white is always queening first, and these kind of queen endgames actually in practical games are usually considered to be close to lost, even though they are often theoretical draws.
It might be even not theoretical draw, because...
It depends if you can take a3 pawn now. If you can't, then I think it should be a theoretical draw.
Well, can't I just take on e5 and say you'll never get a2 pawn, and at some point I will go with the king to take on a3?
I will try to put my queen on b2. So now it's queen e7.
Queen
right?
e7 and taking on a3, and then I have 2 pawns, and
okay, and
let's play some chess. Probably a long game.
Oh yes, would be a very long game, and so let's say queen c1. It's of course always scary to blunder some queen exchange, but I
Let's
think
try something like queen e7,
yes, I go forward.
queen d6.
And now I'm already blundering something, I think.
I'm not sure, but I'll try queen b8.
Yes, queen v8 and
I have to go to a file.
say to a5. It's not going to be so easy for you.
Definitely it won't. I said it will be a long game. But if I have a chance for medals, I would definitely play it till the morning.
Yeah, of course. I mean, would the game have been with a different character, different scenario from the beginning? I think that Katerina
Yeah.
would be playing for a win here, and it's possible that she was just so happy that she's out
Yeah.
of danger that it didn't even come to her mind that there might be something like this. And it's also very hard to imagine that you have a winning pawn endgame, pawn down.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe this is not winning, but yeah, this is definitely with an advantage for white. And with some practical chances. Yeah,
Okay, we're very far from the game, of course. So, we know the medalists.
Yes.
That's probably the main news.
And
We don't know who finished on the second, who on the third place. I would bet that Goryachkina is second because of the better bolt.
yes, that would. I think it's quite safe bet considering
Yeah.
how she was playing the whole tournament, only on top boards, being the leader for most of it. So, and then Galliamo Alisa would take a bronze medal.
Which is, I think, a brilliant result for her.
Yes. And we would have very big group now with the 7.5 points. Players all probably qualifying for the
Yeah.
World Championship.
I will quickly count how many players there will be.
So it's yes, absolutely winning position for Khotinashvili Bela, who is just piece up in an endgame. So that's just a question of time. And we see a draw offer between Pustovoitova and Vodnaruk. Bishop
Yeah.
d4, taking the knight, is just absolute draw
Yeah.
offer. Although, yeah, Khotinashvili Bela won her game. That's already official. We see them signing the papers.
So I have 12 players then on 7.5.
Actually, can you exchange rooks here? Just a curious discussion. Of course, after rook d4, black can play simple rook a3, rook d3, and just that's a draw. But just from the curiosity, can you take on d4?
Maybe you can give check on a3 and then take on d3. But you can play king f2, of course, if you don't want it.
Yeah, yeah. So, is that still a draw, or no? It should be somehow.
I think you can play king f8, king e7, and
It's always scary with these pawn end games because it's like
Yeah.
would be like when you're having such position, it feels like that you would feel ashamed and so stupid if you would lose something
Yeah.
like this when you could actually avoid exchanging rooks.
I think it's a draw.
Yeah, I think bishop d4, as we don't see rook d4, it's possible that they already agreed for a draw.
Yeah.
And
Okay, time for some wrap-up, I think. So the top boards are more or less over. We have medalists. We have the group qualifying for World Cup. Maybe some people also, some players will 7 points will also join the World Cup.
as we, if I'm not counting wrong, then 15th place will be with 7.5.
Yes, but some of these players, I don't know now the exact list, but some of these players have qualified from the last year. So some players with 7 will also qualify, but we'll of course publish the exact list probably by the evening. But now we can say that 7.5 is safe qualification. 7, well, maybe.
Maybe some lucky
Yeah,
player.
maybe some lucky player with very good bullholds, and so. So time to thank our commentators. Probably Arturs is also coming back for a short closing of comments. I think you guys did a really good job. It was interesting to watch, and also many people said that it's really interesting broadcast.
Thank you. We're happy to hear that, of course.
Also, we're really happy with our cooperation with European Chess TV team. They're also in this room. Thank you, guys. Yeah, and we hope that we'll work with you in many other tournaments. Yeah. And yes, so thanks once more our supporters. Thank you all the viewers that were following the tournament. And we'll have today one more very important thing, very nice thing, a closing ceremony, awarding prizes, congratulating winners, saying thanks. So only the pleasant things remaining today. Very nice news.
Well, I think you're forgetting some tiny detail that you have to count everything.
Toms, come on, why did you have to say that?
Well, but okay, yes, and well, probably not only me, but everybody has to say thanks to you, as well, without you, nothing of this would have happened, as well, you just made this tournament happen as tournament director, gathering the team, gathering the people, making people work, so...
Yeah, I was making them, pushing. They don't want, nobody wants to do anything, I am just pushing. No, not really. Okay, then probably Arturs is coming back in a minute for giving some ending words.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and see you in other tournaments. I hope this summer at RT Open, and then in other Latvian tournaments and European. Okay.
Hello, welcome back. Once again, I have been joined by my colleague today, Grandmaster Artur Snakeshins. All the top boards have finished. There are some games running on the lower boards, but we'll just do short summary once again about the round, about the whole tournament, and then we'll say bye.
Yeah, probably yes. It was definitely a great tournament, not only for the players but also for us commentators and hopefully for the spectators. Thankfully, the last round was extremely exciting, even though there were many draws at the top boards, but the games were extremely interesting, and Nana Zagnidze took the title, although it could have been completely also a different scenario there. Alexandra Goryachkina could have become the European champion, but yet again she could be out of top 3. I mean, it was so close. I mean, all was they decided in the time control. So maybe we can just name which is most likely going to be the top order at the tournament. So the first place is Nana Zagnidze from Georgia. The second place is pretty much quite official, Alexandra Goryachkina, by a huge difference of the tiebreak. And third place, this was a bit unexpected, it's Alisa Galyamova. I mean, did you expect this? Because I don't recall her playing at the top boards at all.
Yeah, it's like she kind of used the Swiss system in her favor, as apparently she played all of her opponents from round 1 to round 10 who were rated between 2300 and 2400, and only in the last round she played somebody over 2400.
And she won. Yeah, so it's quite amazing. So Alisa Galyamova takes a third place, so it's a huge result for her. And I understand you and Egons were talking in the studio that possibly Katrina Lachno had a completely winning position and she made the draw.
Well, it's possibly, but you know, we are with Egons, we can be just also missing something very obvious, but we tried to double check and we couldn't find where we could be going wrong, but...
Okay, so I mean, anyway, after the opening, we felt that Katrina was in a very sad position. So I mean, maybe a draw is just a just result.
So yeah, that was actually the factor that we were speaking. That if the game scenario would be somehow different and she was actually pushing, then probably she would realize that she has this chance. But that now she was just happy to be finally out of this horrible position that she had before.
Yeah. So do we have some other news about, has somebody else made GM norms? No? Or we don't have such an information?
We don't know that, yes.
Okay, so we'll check that, but as far as we know that Alexandra Goryachkina, she completed her GM norm.
Yeah, but I think that she's the only one, as for GM norm you need a performance of 2600, and even now after 11 rounds, Goryachkina doesn't have it over 2600 anymore, so it's very unlikely that there's some player on lower boards who achieved it.
Okay.
But there is definitely a big number of international master norms. And I'm talking about man international master, and that is already also a very decent title, so to say.
So some of the remaining games are still going on, but we'll probably very shortly finish our official broadcast. I mean, this was quite amazing tournament going on here in Riga for almost 2 weeks. And, well, what is your general impression about the tournament, Toms?
Well, it was totally crazy. I would say, to sum up in one word, yes, like that. As commenting those games, watching them, and just also from home and so on, it's just like, I could never predict what's going to happen, and those games were just, well, they were super interesting, I must say, and it was quite refreshing after mainly being focused on some men super tournaments or some strong open tournaments, where you see this tendency of everyone trying to play so correctly, and with rare exceptions having some like totally crazy games. Okay, there are some creative stuff happening, but it's different.
Yeah, so totally. I mean, perhaps we can finish today. We can finish this tournament. With you in the studio was Tom Cantons, international master, soon to be grandmaster, probably from something like June. I don't know when you become the grandmaster, when it's officially.
There are still no official dates for the next FIDE Congress, so.
Okay, I see. So yeah, in the next FIDE Congress, me, Grandmaster Artur Snekšans, with you in the studio in the during the tournament was also Jonathan Kalstad, the international master from Germany. In the first day was Alexei Shirov. Then let us also thank to Sergei Klimakovs, to who else was there?
Igor Strausis?
Igor Strausis, of course, yes, and all of the guests and people who helped us make this true. Of course, we would like to thank the organizers, to Egon Slavendelis, for the amazing effort with the help of his brilliant team who make this tournament possible to happen. Also, we would like to thank to Aris Ozoliņš, the president of Latvian Chess Federation, who was one of the main supporters and organizers of this event, and of course the brilliant team from Poland, European Chess TV, who made this live broadcast possible to happen. There are two guys, you don't see them, they're sitting here in the studio, and they were working very hard for 2 weeks to broadcast this event at the highest level possible. So probably it's time for us to say goodbye. It does feel a bit sad to finish this tournament, but still more tournaments will be coming, so I hope you'll be following them. Next year from Riga, we'll be broadcasting you the European Youth Chess Championship under 8 until under 18, so I hope you'll be following that, and we'll be hoping to organize more high-level tournaments here from Riga. In the meantime, I say goodbye.
Yeah, also goodbye from me, and thank you for watching. I really hope that you enjoyed. We tried to do our best, and hopefully you're going to still see us in the future.
Definitely. Thank you for watching us. We'll be seeing you, and Gens unos.
Bye.